Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1. Repaying Cruelty with Kindness. It was a late autumn morning. As the dawn chased the dark shadows, the sun added some warmth to the chilly air. An oil lamp in the cellar of Luo's house lit up. A young man named Zen Luo sat upright in front of a table, shading most of the light of the oil lamp. Quietly he pulled out a battered thread-bound book. Zen Luo was a lean, average-looking young man who had just turned 17. However, there was something mellow about him. In contrast, his eyes were so radiant that even in the dim light projected by the oil lamp, they glowed with charm. It has taken me a month to finish Heavenly Principles. Its arguments are all very well, but what I find most revolting are those 4 words, repaying cruelty with kindness, Zen Luo whispered as he stared at the bean-sized flame of the oil lamp. Melancholy was written all over his face. Had my father not been so kind-hearted as to believe those 4 words, I, the direct descendant of my clan, would not have ended up like this, and father would still be alive. The sudden noise of the cellar door being unlocked interrupted his flow of thoughts. Zen Luo replaced the melancholy he was feeling with a solemn expression. He promptly blew out the oil lamp and covered himself with the shabby cotton quilt. The door of the cellar flew open and footsteps began drawing close. The man in charge stepped forward and stomped his foot on Zen Luo's bed before shrieking at him, still in bed. Dreaming about being the young master of the Luo clan. Get the mess up. The man was a steward in the Luo clan. He looked rather wretched. He had a wart on his forehead that often invoked disgust from people. Zen Luo sat up and rubbed his eyes. He pushed off the quilt, before turning and planting his feet on the ground. Silently, he slid on his clothing, socks, and shoes. Although his clothes were old, Zen Luo kept them neatly. He was very meticulous by nature. The steward rolled his eyes, criticized Zen, and then waved his hand. Several men surrounded Zen and forcibly put a thick leather armor and shackles on him. After they were done, Zen Luo followed the servants as they walked out of the cellar and toward Luo's martial arts hall. The Luo clan owned hundreds of mines and millions of acres of fertile land. As a big and powerful clan, they were well known in Sea County. However, the entire eastern region had thousands of county cities, including countless wealthy families, and the Luo clan was almost insignificant in the eastern region. Zen Luo was escorted by some men as he climbed out of the gloomy cellar. This was a daily ritual with which Zen was quite familiar. The walk to the martial arts hall meant navigating through numerous pavilions, bridges, and galleries. The martial arts hall was an open area. It was a place where the children of the Luo clan would come for practice. The entrance was decorated with white marble sculptures of a dragon, a phoenix, and a lion. The ground was one large, black basalt slab. Standing at the entrance of the building, one could feel the power emanating from the hall. In the middle of the martial arts hall, dozens of children from the Luo clan practiced martial arts under the guidance of a teacher. They were all dressed alike, in gray robes. They bawled in their boxes word again and again. In order to win a position in the family, every child needed to study diligently and practice hard. These children looked like they were more than 10 years of age. On this late autumn day, the wind began to howl around the training children. Nevertheless, sweat beaded on their foreheads. The contrasting heat and cold filled the hall with steaming white mist. On the other side of the martial arts hall stood over a dozen men who were dressed like Zen Luo, in leather armor and shackles. These men were dejected, bleeding, and wounded all over their bodies. Zen Luo was escorted into the martial arts hall. The guard placed him amongst the injured men. Since most of these men had been bought by the Luo clan from local prisons, they were now the slaves of the Luo clan. These slaves played the roles of live targets for the Luo clan children for the purpose of training and testing their own strength. These children could assault these slaves arbitrarily. Several live targets were killed or disabled during such assaults. Over time, the number added up and it was difficult to gauge how many had lost their lives in the hall. Zen Luo was not a death row inmate and thus, was not bought by the family. He was the eldest child in the eldest branch of the Luo clan. The rest of the clan used to call him the young master. He was once noble, and his peers would bow and salute him with respect. Even the family elders were polite to him. However, something disastrous happened in C County 2 years ago. Zhen Luo's father, the head of the Luo clan, had been poisoned by his brother. He died on the spot. Immediately after, the eldest branch of the Luo clan was set up by the other 3 branches. They framed a case against Zhen Luo's father. According to their accusations, Zhen's father was a rebel. The family didn't survive the allegations, and the eldest branch became no longer powerful. Zhen Luo, the former young master, was also labeled a rebel and became a slave of the Luo clan. He became a tool, and was beaten up at the whim of the other children in the Luo clan as part of their martial arts practice. Zhen Luo had lived like this for 2 years. He had lost count of how many fists and insults he had endured during this time. Today's boxing practice is over. You can select a slave for the next practice now. Hitting the human body allows you to fully understand actual combat skills, get familiar with the weaknesses of the human body and the body structure. After the teacher had finished speaking, the children started selecting their slaves. Soon, the sounds of slaves begging and pleading for mercy could be heard in the hall. The Luo children did not treat slaves as humans. They were trained to hit the flesh without mercy. Many of them tried to find Zhen Luo. The act of beating up a former young master with as much aggression as they could muster gave them a greater sense of accomplishment. When being used as a sandbag, Zhen Luo protected vital parts of his body with calmness. Since it had been 2 years, he was now quite used to it. Before long, a few people came through the entrance of the martial arts hall. A young man who was dressed finely led this group of newcomers. The young master is coming. Young master, your practice has finally come to a halt. You seems to feel refreshed in spirit. You must have progressed greatly in your ability and power. Our young master is intelligent. He is the talent of our Luo clan. He must have grown stronger and has surely entered the higher level of bone refining. The children who noticed the young master entering stopped their practice and began patronizing. Some even walked up to the young master as they generously threw praises his way. It was obvious that they all wanted to flatter the young master. Zhen Luo's eyes fell on the young man, and his imperceptible anger rose quietly. The young teenager being called the young master by the Luo children was Perrin Luo. He was the oldest son in the second branch of the Luo clan. He was the same age as Zhen Luo. Zhen Luo was relegated to slavery and Perrin Luo replaced Zhen as the young master of the Luo clan. Zhen Luo had heard that Perrin Luo had been staying in a secluded place to practice some time ago. He had disappeared for a long time. It seemed as though he had improved a lot after the practice. Perrin Luo was very sensitive and he turned to look at Zhen Luo when he became aware of his cousin's hate-filled glare. He smirked as he walked straight toward Zhen Luo and said, Zhen Luo, I practiced for a long time. I didn't expect to see you alive when I returned. Thanks for caring about me. I'm alive, Zhen Luo answered in a muffled voice. How dare you? What kind of tone is that? How dare you speak this way to the young master? You are just a slave here, kneel. Fall to the ground quickly and apologize to our young master or you will regret being alive. Several children of the Luo clan shouted as though Zhen Luo had done something very unforgivable to them. Zhen Luo looked around indifferently. These people used to behave like little dogs in front of him in the past. They were too scared to even breathe in his presence when he was the young master. Once he lost power, their attitudes changed. It had been so sudden. Now, they were Perrin Luo's dogs. Perrin Luo waved his hand to stop the excited Luo children from defending him. He spoke to Zhen Luo with a triumphant smile. Zhen Luo, do you know why I left for the practice? Zhen Luo did not speak. He just looked at Perrin Luo expressionlessly. You should know that our family has 2 magical pills. Well, I took one of them some time ago. Perrin Luo said with pride, this pill is really extraordinary. The pure magical power empowered all my flesh, and helped me to improve from the flesh refining level to the bone refining level. And to think the efficacy of the pill works only 1/10. The rest remains in my body and supplies my flesh endlessly. I just need to cross a fine line to get to the organ refining level, and the marrow refining level will be just around the corner. Zhen gritted his teeth when he heard Perrin Luo. These 2 pills were the most valuable treasure of the Luo clan. They were holy pills left by Luo's ancestors. They were stored carefully in a sacred place only known by a handful of people in the family. Most people were not allowed to see or use these pills. According to the old doctrine, only those who reached the bone refining level before the age of 16 were eligible to use the magical pills. The practice of the body includes 5 levels starting with the skin refining level. Those who mastered it would move to the second, the flesh refining level. Bone refining was the third level. The final 2 levels were organ refining and marrow refining. Each of the 5 levels were different, and it was incredibly difficult for most people to master each level without decades of practicing. It was a miracle if a person reached the 3rd level before he turned 30. The entire clan would recognize such a person as being talented. According to the doctrine, only those who reached the 3rd level before turning 16 were eligible to use the magical pills. People who reached the bone refining level before that age were undoubtedly strong. In all these centuries, no one in the entire Sea County had seen someone like that. That was the reason why the magical pills hadn't been used in the past 300 years. Before the adversity, Zen Luo had been recognized as a promising child. At the age of 14, he entered the top of the flesh refining level. For his talent and efforts, he had been praised by the king of Sea County. The king had said that Zen was the hope of Luo clan's prosperity, the one favored by the heavens, and the talent amongst talents. However, it was a pity that at such a crucial time, the family suffered from internal strife and his father had been killed by his own brothers. Zen Luo had been banished to slavery, and had become a sandbag and a prisoner. Since he couldn't practice anymore, he had lost the chance to take the pill. Perrin Luo was ordinary and didn't have any talent. He had just reached the level of flesh refining at 16. He was not eligible to use the magical pills, but he still took one. This magical pill rightfully belonged to Zen Luo. Unexpectedly, it was taken by this moron who had no talent. Even though Zen Luo had 2 years to calm himself and accept the fate of his family, his heart wasn't at peace. He could not help but get angry. Perrin Luo, you jerk. How dare you ignore the ancestors' doctrine and take the holy pill without permission? Well, you are as insignificant as the insects in the crevices. A good for nothing. I have stepped into the peak of the bone refining level. I can hold 1,000 pounds in one hand. You are a slave. I can crush you with one hand. Today, I finished the practice, and in order to congratulate myself, I want to find a sandbag for me. Perrin Luo ignored what Zen Luo had said and pointed at someone randomly. Okay, I choose you. He did not choose Zen Luo, but found a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man saw Perrin Luo pointing at him and trembled. Although he wore a thick leather armor, which could resist a lot of damage, the man was fearful for his life. Perrin Luo had reached the bone refining level, and the armor would not protect him. The man could not help shivering and peeing. Then Perrin Luo took a deep breath before assuming the unique posture of the purple light fist. This was exclusive kung fu of the Luo clan. He was trying to show off, and used his inner strength to the best, which covered his body in purple light. Please, please, young master, I beg for your mercy. When the slave saw Perrin Luo's momentum, his eyes revealed a desperate look. He would die if smashed by Perrin's fist. He fell to his knees as he continued groveling for mercy. Boom! Perrin Luo would never listen to the begging of a slave. He punched his chest. The leather safeguarding his chest collapsed abruptly. The man flew back with the impact and hit a wall in the martial arts hall. His lifeless body fell to the ground with a dull thud. One punch by Perrin had killed the slave. Your fist is very powerful. Young master, nobody from among our clan's youngsters can be stronger than you. Our young master will ensure that the Luo clan thrives, and he will carry the whole family forward. Impressed and even fearful, the children patronized the young master. Perrin Luo seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of this punch. He then turned to look at Zen Luo viciously. Zen Luo stepped back. Although he was much stronger than the middle-aged man, he could not take Perrin Luo's punch. Perrin Luo laughed and reached out to fiercely tap Zen Luo's shoulder twice. Relax, I will not kill you so quickly. I want you to watch me, and know that I, Perrin Luo, am much stronger than you. Perrin Luo stopped talking and turned to leave. Just then, he remembered something and turned around and said, yeah, I forgot one thing. I heard that my genius cousin isn't doing well in Cloud Sect because she offended an influential person. She has been sent to Perdition Mountain as punishment. I will rescue her when I reach the organ refining level, ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Zen Luo's chest tightened and his heartbeat quickened. Chapter 2, Weapon Refining Method. Zen didn't care about being relegated to a slave, or being a punchbag for children of the Luo clan, or even losing the magical pill, which he was robbed of by Perrin. His biggest weakness was his sister, Yan Luo. Yan Luo was the only hope for the oldest branch of the Luo family. Extraordinarily talented, she left home at the age of 13 when Cloud Sect selected her as a disciple. She survived the coup within the Luo clan for this reason. In the past 2 years, Zen, as a slave, was unable to learn anything about his sister's whereabouts. Now that Perrin had commented about Yan's current situation, Zen found himself feeling anxious about her well-being. Lost in thoughts of his sister, Zen was vulnerable and took several devastating blows from the Luo children. He finally gained control of his mind after several whacks. In the evening, Zen returned to the cellar. He limped as excruciating pain flooded through his body. "This drug will help you recover." The steward for the Luo clan threw the drug at Zen before turning to leave. After all, human punch bags were not made of steel. If they didn't get the wound-healing medicines, they would die from internal injuries after a few days. So the steward distributed drugs to the slaves to help them recover as soon as possible. However, these healing drugs were not very effective. Zen opened the paper bag and was astonished to see only one pill inside. "Darren Fang, why do I only have one pill today?" Zen asked. "You should be grateful for what you have now. What's the issue? Is it not enough for you?" The steward mocked. "It is stipulated that 3 healing pills be distributed to each slave every day. But now there is only one. Obviously, you are embezzling the pills. It's a felony to embezzle from the Luo family. How dare you do that, Darren Fang? Aren't you afraid of death?" Zen shouted as he fixed his eyes on Darren Fang. "Hey, of course, I am afraid of death, but I'm not afraid of you. You are just a slave. What can you do? You want to rebel. I hate your attitude. Do you still think of yourself as the young master? Look in the mirror and face your reality, Zen." Ha ha ha. Darren didn't quite like Zen and took this opportunity to inflict insult on the former young master. After hearing these words, Zen calmed down instead of getting angry. Zen composed himself before glaring at Darren Fang. He intended to convey his hate through his clear eyes, unflinching glare, and expressionless face. The effect was achieved as Darren Fang felt uncomfortable when he saw Zen's reaction. When he noted the fire dancing in Zen's eyes, he got scared. Instead of backing off, Darren walked up to Zen and poked Zen's chest as he said, "What are you staring at? You want a piece of me? Do you think you can take me?" Zen emitted an intense power from his chest all of a sudden. Darren's body trembled as the power spread throughout his whole body. It wasn't long before Darren Fang's knees gave way and he staggered before falling to the ground. You are a slave. Do you want to rebel?" Darren Fang stood up and tried to be authoritative. However, his panicked expression conveyed his true feelings. Zen took 2 steps forward, cracked his knuckles, and snapped back. "A steward who isn't even a member of the Luo clan dares to be so arrogant. Do you think I will not beat you?" Darren Fang did not want to stay in this situation any longer. So he turned and fled as soon as possible. He glared at Zen as soon as the cellar's iron gate snapped close. "Villainous behavior. Villainous behavior." Zen sneered as he shook his head. He didn't feel as though the steward was worth his time. He sat down quietly, took out the fire starter to ignite the oil lamp, and turned a few pages of the book hastily. Zen was frustrated as he couldn't focus. His thoughts kept drifting back to his sister, Yan, and what Perrin had said. "I cannot stay here anymore." Zen frowned as he thought about his dilemma. "I have just reached the flesh refining level. It will be hard for me to leave this cellar, let alone go to Cloud Sect to rescue Yan." Zen paced in the small cellar. His chest tightened and his heartbeat quickened. He looked like a restless beast trying to find a way out. Over the past 2 years, Zen had come to accept his fate. He had not been motivated to think of alternatives. As time passed, he felt stripped of his talent and confidence. This eventually led to complete disbelief in his powers. Zen stood in the center of the room rationalizing with himself. "I'm a slave now. Years of being forced to be the human punchbag for children in the Luo clan has weakened me. What's worse is that my daily injuries have prevented me from practicing when I return to the cellar. But if I stay here, I will be killed by one of these children sooner or later. I need to take drastic measures." The more he thought about it, the more anxious Zen became. He cast his gaze toward the table where the dreadful book, Heavenly Principles, lay quietly. "This book is nothing but a bunch of life theories. And so far, none have worked out for my father, nor me. Reading it does me no good. Why should I keep reading it?" Anger and helplessness consumed Zen. He stomped toward the book, grabbed it from the table, and held it over the lamp till it began to sizzle and crackle. A smile grew on Zen's lips as the book was ignited. However, a moment later, Zen regretted his action. He whispered in despair, Zen, why did you bother to get angry at a book? Looking at the burning book, Zen regretted, complaining, this book teaches people to be good. It tells people what is shameful and wrong, as well as what is wise and right. The book cannot be blamed for adversities. You should blame yourself for not being strong enough, for being like a little lamb who is easily controlled by others. Unfortunately, by then the book had become a pile of ashes. Suddenly, Zen saw a ray of golden light flash from the ashes. For a moment, Zen was dumbstruck. What is that? Zen pushed the ashes aside, and picked up the small piece of gold that had emitted the ray of light. Zen studied the thin gold foil. He hadn't come across this gold foil when he was reading this book. Presumably it had been hidden in the inner layer of the book. What is the use of a piece of gold foil? For a great family like the Luo clan, gold is as worthless as clay. However, when Zen focused on the gold, a strange vision appeared. The gold foil was engraved with countless words, shaped like tadpoles. Zen didn't understand any of them. As his eyes swept across the gold foil, it disintegrated in his hands. Thousands of small pieces of gold, each carrying a word, came flying toward him. Face, eyes, neck, arms, body, legs. Every part of Zen's body was covered by these small gold fragments. The last piece of small gold foil pushed its way past his scalp and burrowed into Zen's brain. Zen felt as though he had been hit by a large iron hammer. His whole body shook violently as the fragments of gold foil joined together before emitting a bright light. After the golden light gradually faded, these small gold fragments penetrated Zen's body. Some memories, which did not belong to him, emerged out of the void. Grand Weapon Refining Method. The first ancient weapon refining method. Use the flesh as a weapon. Use your body as the soul, temper and practice thoroughly, clean the body for great vitality. Is this the weapon refining method? Although Zen didn't know how to refine a weapon, he clearly knew that becoming a weapon refining master was a rewarding career. Despite all the strong financial resources the Luo clan had, they couldn't even hire a weapon refining master of the lowest level. That was enough to show how advantageous it was to be a weapon refining master. But use the flesh as a weapon. What did that mean? Does this method imply that I need to refine myself to be an effective weapon? As soon as the thought crossed Zen's mind, something incredible happened. His body temperature rose sharply. He inhaled deeply with surprise when he first felt hot and then cold and then hot again. So hot. Zen felt uncomfortable as his body temperature rose. Soon he felt as though he was burning from the inside out. Quickly, he rushed to the water tank at the end of the cellar. This was where they left water for Zen to use for his daily routines. He jumped into the tank without thinking. He closed his eyes as his body sank deeper into the tank. The water around him began sizzling. As the water bubbled and frothed, the tank began to shake. Soon, steam began billowing out of the tank. Before Zen's body could cool itself, all the water in the tank had evaporated. The whole cellar filled with mist. The water failed to lower Zen's body temperature. On the contrary, Zen felt as though his body temperature was still rising. Unable to take it anymore, he writhed at the bottom of the now empty tank. Slowly cracks appeared on Zen's skin and a dark red light, like a piece of red-hot iron, broke through. He thrashed around at the bottom of the tank as the mist swirled around him. Not just his body, Zen's mind was also undergoing incredible changes. Suddenly a huge black furnace with 9 dragon reliefs on the wall came to his mind. Each dragon was painted with different colors, including cyan, black, white, purple. Each of the dragons had bared their fangs and seemed to be clawing at the air around them. 8 of them closed their eyes, while the dragon at the bottom opened its eyes and stared at Zen. With deep eyes that reflected the experience and wisdom of having survived tens of millions of years, or hundreds of millions of years, the dragon looked at Zen without emotion. He could feel the power emanating from the dragon. Cackle, 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 cackle. Zen's soul trembled under the intense gaze of the dragon. Soon he felt as though his soul would split wide open. Just as Zen felt as though every inch of him was about to shatter, he heard whispers coming from the dragon. Then the giant furnace spun around continuously, and the flames lit up in the furnace. A giant black flame rose. Zen had never seen anything like this before. The flame flickered ferociously in the dark, quiet cellar. For a moment, Zen felt as though it would burn everything in the world. The giant furnace covered Zen and shortly after, he felt the blazing fire wrap itself around his soul. It happened so quickly that Zen had no time to marvel at what he had seen. Any ordinary person would have been devoured by the flame. Only someone very special would be able to endure the pain of their soul burning. Zen couldn't lose consciousness to this unbearable pain because it was his soul suffering, and this all happened in his mind. The only thing he could do was to grit his teeth and hope it would finish soon. Let me die. Soon, Zen's limit had been reached and he screamed in agony. He would have done anything, even embraced death, to relieve himself of the pain he felt. But for him, death was a luxury. In this state, a person couldn't do anything, not even bite his tongue to commit suicide. As soon as his soul could not sustain the pain and was about to break, the furnace emitted a colorful glow to repair Zen's soul immediately. Burning, crushing, repairing and then burning, crushing and repairing all over again. The tortuous cycle seemed to be repeating itself endlessly. Zen didn't know how long this deadly pain continued. It stopped finally. He took a long breath and welcomed the respite. He barely had time to get over the experience when he found his soul exuding a golden light. After a long time, Zen finally sobered up slowly. In his mind, the giant furnace had stopped revolving, but the black flame in the furnace never extinguished. The fire was under control and looked less horrible. Zen had already understood that his soul and body had been refined in that furnace. In the great world, wonders never ceased to happen. Some weapon refining masters used all kinds of strange ways to refine weapons. Some masters committed innumerable murders to gather human blood for refining. What was worse, some masters even stole the souls of humans to fuel their weapons, thus making them a kind of evil weapon. However, this weapon refining theory advocated refining a person's own body and turning it into a magical weapon. Zen had never heard of it before. It seemed so crazy. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, and vice versa. After calming down, Zen figured that what had happened to him might not have been a bad thing. A magical weapon needed to go through 5 stages in this world, with the first being the mysterious weapon stage. After this, the weapon would become a spiritual weapon, a fairy weapon, a sacred weapon, and a divine weapon in succession. Each of these stages was further divided into top, middle, and lower grades. All had extremely high value. Zen's body had just been refined into a magical weapon. Even though it was on the lowest level of a mysterious weapon, Zen felt powerful. It was a strange thing to think of himself as a magical weapon. Zen's face revealed a bitter smile. As he turned to look out from the only vent in the cellar, Zen saw that dawn was breaking. He had been so consumed by his experience that he had lost all sense of time. Despite his sleepless night and this strange, harrowing experience, Zen didn't feel tired. Instead, his spirit felt rested, even uplifted. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. All the anxiety that had prevailed the previous night had disappeared. What the book said was absolutely true, everything happens as per destiny. Even eating and drinking are predetermined. Only with a stable mind can one deal with every difficulty. After he cleaned the ashes of the burned book carefully and moved the water tank back to its original place, the sound of the cellar door being unlocked filled the silence. Zen frowned. It was time to receive a beating. Chapter 3. A Marvelous Body. Since Zen had taught Darren a lesson the evening before, the steward didn't show up in the morning. Several of his accomplices, however, came to dress Zen in the customary leather armor before escorting him to the martial arts hall. As usual, a group of children from the Luo clan were practicing. Despite the morning mist and chill, they concentrated on their lesson at the martial arts hall. They didn't wear any protection on their arms as they beat a row of stone men in the corner with their fists. Despite how hard the stone men were, these children smashed their targets with great power and precision. The slaves stood on the other side of the hall. Gloom and hopelessness reflected in their expressions as they watched the force being used by the children. The never-ending cycle of being hit and kicked every day and night made their life really unbearable. Most nights, they lay in bed, tossing and turning. As they writhed in pain, sleep would elude them. Unfortunately, they had no freedom at all. They had been bought by the Luo clan and they had no choice but to bear the beating. All slaves get ready, Cory, the trainer shouted. All the slaves snapped out of their contemplation when they heard Cory. He was a cruel trainer. If he noticed any of the slaves making even the slightest of mistakes, he would lose his temper and whip them. Cory's whip was not an ordinary whip, and a thin-skinned person could easily have their skin peeled away with one strike of the whip. The Luo children were familiar with this part of their routine. Quietly, they made their way to the slaves and began selecting. A strong teenager named Melvin Luo chose Zen. Other slaves glanced at Zen with sympathy-filled eyes. Melvin Luo's talent was ordinary since he was still at the skin refining level. However, his inner divine strength was powerful, and his strength was equal to anyone at the meat refining level. He was ferocious and brutal, and several slaves had died or been seriously injured by him. To be chosen as Melvin's punchbag was indeed unfortunate. Melvin Luo shook his fist and moved his body a little bit before looking at Zen. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Death row inmates had been difficult to procure in recent times. Their number dwindled even more as other families were also competing to buy them. Human punch bags used by the Luo clan were deprived of adequate supplements. Therefore, slaves were a scarce resource in the Luo clan. Beating a slave not only exercised their bodies, but also helped the children to vent their feelings. Another reason why Melvin Luo felt excited was because his punchbag was once the young master of the Luo clan. The young master was at a much higher level than Melvin, and now Zen would be begging for mercy under Melvin's fists. The thought pleased Melvin. Zen frowned. Melvin was known for his strength. Zen had suffered gravely from his beating the last time. Zen had taken half a month to recover from the internal injuries he had sustained. However, having spent 2 years of his life as a human punchbag had taught him how to calm himself in any situation. He quickly took a few deep breaths and then arranged his leather armor before facing Melvin Luo. Melvin Luo came toward him with all his strength. He had been practicing a very fierce form of boxing, called bullish punch, and he was eager to test it on his human punchbag. Melvin Luo came at Zen like a raging bull. His first punch landed straight on Zen's chest. Everyone watched wide-eyed as a burst of wind enveloped Zen. In the face of this momentum, Zen took a deep breath, and stiffened his chest so that he could use the protection of the leather armor to counteract the power of this punch. Puff! Although the thick leather armor helped slow down the power of Melvin's fist, Zen still felt pain explode throughout his body. The strength with which Melvin had hit Zen made him feel as though he had been struck on the chest with a huge hammer. At this moment, he quickly exhaled the air from his chest and let his chest flatten as much as possible. Unload power. With the air quickly expelled from the chest, it formed a buffer zone, which offset the opponent's power. This was Zen's secret of survival during his 2 years as a human punchbag. However, Melvin Luo's fist force was too intense, and after the second offset, Zen felt as though the pain was unbearable. Zen forced a bitter smile as his whole body trembled with the impact. Like a broken kite line, Zen flew back suddenly. As Zen lay on the ground, he let the dizziness he was feeling overtake him. He thought it was over. He was afraid that this punch had caused serious internal injuries. However, he was surprised when a moment later, he realized that he was not feeling any pain. In fact, Zen felt nothing. Then a strange warmth emerged from his chest. As soon as those warm currents flowed through him, Zen's body reacted. He felt as though his body was like a hungry wolf, swallowing that warmth greedily. The warmth then spread across his whole body, right down to the smallest cell. Enveloped in this warmth, Zen felt comfortable. What is going on? Zen thought as he felt the warm currents on his flesh. Although Zen was a slave, he was once a young master of the Luo clan. The knowledge he had gained during that time had been immense. He knew that this was no ordinary reaction. Pills that could refresh one's body were very rare, just like the magical pills that the Luo clan had. It was said that the pills could cause various effects on the body. However, the ingredients for the magical pills were rare to come by. That explained why it had taken hundreds of years for a family as rich as the Luo clan to procure only 2 of these pills. They were precious, indeed. Their effect on the body was a rare phenomenon as well. Zen lay on the ground thinking for a while. Soon he linked his reaction to the strange experience he had endured the night before. Use the flesh as a weapon. Use your body as the soul, temper and practice thoroughly, clean the body for great vitality. Zen remembered part of what he had learned the previous night. Was this what it meant by temper? He needed to be beaten. Just as recorded in the piece of gold foil, his body had become a mysterious weapon. Refining a device was perhaps part of the process. Was tempering a process that refined the top mysterious weapons? Through the beating he had sustained, Zen's body had produced the warm current required to wash the flesh of his body. It seemed that being beaten was equal to taking the magical pills constantly. Thinking of this, Zen's mind became a chaotic mess. He felt excited and his heart beat faster at the implications. In order to confirm his theory, Zen stood up. Although he was not injured, and Melvin Luo's punch had helped him, he still pretended as though he were in pain. It looked as though Zen was struggling to stand and even trembled to avoid other people from wondering why he hadn't been hurt. When Melvin Luo saw Zen stand, his expression turned to one of surprise. He had thought that his punch would kill or cripple Zen. However, Zen was still able to stand, which embarrassed Melvin Luo. Hey, no wonder you are at the peak of the flesh refining level. You are resistant to attacks. That's great, now I get to hit you again. Melvin Luo rushed forward to punch Zen. Boom, Zen was hit hard again. This time he flew back and rolled on the ground as though he were a man-shaped sandbag. Zen was secretly thrilled when instead of pain, he felt the warm currents again. The warmth spread throughout his body, constantly revitalizing his organs. The warm currents turned into small snakes crawling into his internal organs, his veins, constantly refining his flesh body and refreshing his organs. I feel so invincible, Zen thought as the warmth enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze. His whole body felt at ease and his eyes shone with excitement. In fact, the more punches he received, the more brightly his eyes shone. Go to perdition, boom, I will beat you to death. Bang, each punch by Melvin revitalized Zen. Melvin Luo worked so hard to break his opponent, and yet, his actions were equivalent to those of a hard-working blacksmith's. Each blow shaped Zen's body into the mysterious weapon. After a long while, Melvin Luo stopped. Although Zen lay on the ground, he looked unharmed. Melvin panted as he glared at Zen. He was bewildered by this experience. He had heard that Zen could bear heavy beatings, but he had not expected Zen to be this tenacious. He had endured so many punches from Melvin and yet, he was able to stand on his own, even though he appeared to struggle and tremble with the effort. Melvin Luo had no idea that Zen was just pretending to be weak. He actually enjoyed his punches. The slaves standing by shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Zen would continue to defy Melvin by trying to stand after each blow. If Zen was smart, like they were, he would stay on the ground as though defeated. That way the guards would send him back to the cellar where he could rest and avoid further injury. And yet, despite that intrinsic survival instinct, Zen stood up repeatedly, and faced each blow by Melvin. Perhaps he enjoyed being a punchbag. Did he like being beaten by other people? Zen did not get up after the last blow by Melvin. Instead, he lay on the ground enjoying the warmth that had spread through every part of his body. He felt so serene and invincible. Another reason that Zen stayed on the ground was to avoid doubt. No slave would be able to take such a beating without being seriously injured. And if he were to stand repeatedly and not be injured, people would begin to wonder how he was able to withstand such a beating. So to avoid suspicion, Zen decided to stay on the ground and relish the warmth. He knew he would be beaten again tomorrow. Upon seeing that Zen was no longer attempting to stand, Melvin Luo felt relieved. If Zen had stood up again, Melvin would have been disgraced. At night, Zen limped back to the cellar. The minute the cellar door slammed shut, he stopped feigning being hurt. On the contrary, he felt immediately alive, as though he was bubbling with energy. Darren didn't show up in the evening either. He ordered his accomplices to bring 3 wound healing pills to Zen. Zen smiled as he looked in the paper bag. It seemed as though Darren had learned his lesson and wouldn't embezzle his drugs. Could yesterday's small action have scared Darren this much? Would he be better behaved now? Zen shook his head as he didn't believe that Darren would reform this quickly. He had a feeling that a villain like Darren would be plotting something else. He would never give up so easily, and was probably planning something more dire like perhaps poisoning Zen. Who cares? Zen knew that he needed to be more watchful. But he also knew that people like Darren were cowardly. He decided not to take him seriously. He thought, I will take measures according to the actual situation. Then he threw away the pills as he didn't need them anymore. As his mind calmed, Zen began focusing on other things. A full day of fighting meant that he was dirty. He walked toward the water tank and quickly removed his clothes. Zen then scooped cold water in his palms and poured it over his head. Crash! The clear cold water trailed down from Zen's head and pooled into a dark muddy mess at his feet. When Zen looked down, he was surprised to see that the dirty water was mixed with some light white things. Just as he had suspected, the beating Zen had received had forced out the impurities from his body. What was flesh refining level? It was the level where impurities were expelled from the body. What was the bone refining level? It was the level where impurities were removed from the bones. What was the organ refining level? It meant, these 5 levels of refining were a crucial process that would purify the whole body, starting from the skin to the flesh followed by bones and organs. It was a step-by-step outside-to-inside refinement process that would stop once the impurities were cleared from the spinal marrow. In completing all the levels, a person could break through his flesh body, attain a life of sublimation, and be elevated to a higher level. The biggest difference between Zen and others was that other people needed to rely on their exercise regimes to remove impurities from their bodies. This was a slow and time-consuming process that could take a few years or decades or even a lifetime, depending on the person. However, Zen's experience from the previous night meant that he now needed to be beaten to reach the higher levels. With those warm currents around his body, which had the same effect as the magical pills, he could discharge impurities from his body quicker. Compared to other people who through hard work, discharged a small amount of impurities each year, Zen's refining was 1,000 times faster. Zen had plateaued at the top of the flesh refining level before, but then because of the 2 years he had spent being a punchbag, there was no time for him to practice, and he stayed at the flesh refining level. But after today's beating, some impurities in his body had been washed out. He felt as though his body had undergone a qualitative change. His flesh was very pure already, and the light white impurities that were released when he washed up led him to believe he had been further purified. Impurities removed from the flesh were usually pure black dirt, and those pale white impurities were supposedly discharged from his bones. This was the proof he needed to be sure that he had entered the bone refining level. Enthused and invigorated, Zen removed his iron bed and made place in the cellar for practice. He began with the purple light fist. His whole body was bathed in a purple light as he concentrated. It was roughly the same as the purple light around Perrin Luo earlier that day. Suddenly Zen released all his energy with a punch. The silence in the cellar was replaced with a sharp ringing sound. Boom! Another powerful sound was generated with the scattered air flows. It stirred the candles, paper, and other small objects in the cellar. Unfortunately, the cellar was narrow, which meant that Zen didn't have much space. There was no stone lock nor a stone man on which he could try out his strength. Zen also didn't want to make much noise as that would alert the guards. However, he basked in the satisfaction that he had reached the bone refining level. Chapter 4. Zen pummeled the stewards. Zen was so excited that he could barely sleep for more than half an hour. The following morning, Zen was made to wear the leather armor before being escorted from the cellar in handcuffs. Now that he had entered the bone refining level, his body produced a qualitative change. Although subtle, the change could be noticed in the way he walked. His gait was more relaxed, more coordinated, and more labor-saving for him. If it hadn't been for the cuffs that limited his movements, Zen felt as though he could have made a run for it. Zen was surprised when he saw that instead of the martial arts hall, the guards were taking him elsewhere. Although the Luo residence occupied a large area, it was planned well. In addition to the martial arts hall, the residence had a council pavilion, planting park, and weapon refining workshop. Everything was well planned and built in the vestibule part of the residence. Zen looked around as he walked. He remembered that this path led to the inner area of the residence. Once they reached, the guards guided him down a narrower path that seemed to lead to the backyard of the Luo residence. Zen's brow wrinkled, but he did not say anything. Let's wait and see where they are taking me, he thought. Zen had not been to the backyard in a long time. He quietly observed the changes as he walked. The houses for his uncles and their families had been added to the Luo residence, along with several pavilions and open halls. Once outside, Zen noticed that they had even made a few ponds, built bridges over them, and added a waterside pavilion pool. The workmanship for these new buildings was exquisite. Each new building had high roofs supported by intricately carved beams. Dragons painted in gold glimmered under the early morning sun. After seeing what his uncles had done to the residence, Zen could not help but wonder. Although the Luos were a rich family, only the stronger people survived in this world. For a warrior, glory and wealth should be the last things to think about. If a family like his was content with the present glory and wealth and didn't pursue something more important, it wouldn't end up well surely. Therefore, he believed that the Luo clan would be ruined by his uncles sooner or later. After the guards led Zen through a garden with a pond, they guided him through a narrow passage that led to a second yard. There he saw two people enjoying tea. When Zen looked carefully, he realized that one of them was Darren, the steward who had disappeared for 2 days. The other person was dressed in rich, satin clothing. He looked much older than 50. Zen raised a brow as he recognized the second man to be Grey Huang. At one point, he too, had been a servant in the Luo clan. Grey Huang's wife had been the nanny to Andrew Luo. He was Zen's younger uncle's oldest son. Gray Huang was very good at patronizing. Perhaps that was what finally led to the elevation in his status within the Luo clan. From what Zen had heard from the gossip of the guards, his two uncles had been growing in influence and power. Since Gray Huang worked for them, his status had risen as well. He was a senior steward in the Luo clan now. Since Gray was ambitious and thought highly of himself, he didn't pay much attention to Luo's collateral relatives. Zen had heard about his arrogance before. From where he was standing, Zen could hear what Darren said to Gray Huang, "This house awarded by Master Andrew really is a masterpiece. If my memory serves me right, the jade dragon carved on the door plaque is made from corundum seed. That is very good material, right?" Gray Huang chuckled and replied, "Only you would notice this kind of things. If you look carefully, you'll see other treasures aside from this jade dragon. The roof has been designed with encaustic tiles. And that copper lion statue was made by the best craftsmen of C County." Darren appreciated each artifact. It seemed as though no expense had been spared. Thoughtfully he said to Gray, "Your house is perfect, but it lacks one thing. I have everything I want in my house. Why do you say something is lacking?" Gray Huang replied proudly. Darren chortled as he replied, "You lack capable servants. You need someone who is smart and hardworking. Someone knowledgeable enough to help you with your daily diet. I have just the right person for you." "Really? Who is this person?" Gray Huang asked out of curiosity. Darren pointed toward the yard's entrance and said, "Gray, look." Gray Huang turned in the direction where Darren was pointing and saw Zen. Standing in handcuffs was the former, famous young master of the Luo clan. How could he not recognize Zen? Zen heard what Darren and Gray Huang were talking about. His blood boiled at Darren's suggestion. How dare those two dogs take such liberties? Although Zen was a slave, Darren had no right to offer him as a servant to a steward in the Luo clan. Gray's family name was not even Luo. Zen was very offended. Even the collateral relatives in Luo clan did not dare to be too unreasonable in front of him. After all, Zen was still the oldest son of the oldest branch of the Luo clan. How dare Darren urge Gray Huang to take him as a servant? He thought. Gray Huang studied Zen from head to toe. A smile filled his old wrinkled face. "Employing this kid to take care of my diet is not a bad idea. But will my master, Master Andrew, be okay with it?" "Don't worry, Gray, you take care of all the affairs of the Luo clan. You can easily dispatch Zen from the martial arts hall and reassign him to your residence. Zen is an insignificant slave now. Being beaten at the martial arts hall as a punchbag every day is his only purpose here. It will be more convenient for him to be your servant. His worst job will be cleaning fecal matter." Gray Huang couldn't help but smile at the thought. People like Gray Huang, who had climbed from the bottom of society to the top, took their reputation seriously. And now, the former young master of the Luo clan was going to clean his dirt. It was indeed an interesting proposal. Gray Huang nodded to show his agreement. "You won't be sorry," Darren said with a smile when he saw Gray's reaction. Then Darren nodded and stood before ordering one of the guards to escort Zen in. However, Zen was rooted to his spot. He was reluctant to move a muscle till Darren's men attempted to push him. Although these people had strength, they could not move Zen, who had reached the bone refining level. Zen's feet were like a wedge smashed by a hammer, deeply nailed to the ground. The servants used all their strength, and yet, they couldn't move Zen. Their bodies were covered in sweat with the effort. They even panted as though out of breath and energy. Seeing this, Darren said, "Zen, I am giving you a chance to serve Gray. It's better than being beaten every day. Don't be difficult." A fierceness flashed in Zen's eyes. He took a deep breath and contracted his ribs. Since he had reached the bone refining level, he could muster his energy to retaliate. He stood still and directed his energy out like thunder. The ground shook violently, like an explosion. All the servants, including Gray and Darren, covered their ears as a loud pitch followed the tremors. "Gray Huang, Darren Fang," Zen shouted. "Even if my uncle, Bryson Luo, were here, he wouldn't dare to ask me to be his servant. You two are merely servants in the Luo clan. You have the guts to be so arrogant. I do not know who gave you the courage to dare to think of such nonsense." Zen's power scared Darren and he took a step back. Gray Huang stood still. Darren had intentionally brought Zen here. His purpose was to let Gray Huang deal with Zen. When he saw Zen's angry face, he knew he was close to success, because Gray's biggest taboo was others trying to disrespect him. Zen was definitely in real trouble now. Gray Huang stood motionlessly. He seemed calm. With narrowed eyes he said, "Zen, do not forget your situation now. You are a servant, not the young master. Perrin is the young master now. It is your honor to serve me. Shut up. Zen forcibly pushed the servants that had grabbed him. Grey Huang patiently witnessed Zen's struggle before asking, "Do you want to rebel? In accordance with the clan's rules, you will be executed for rebelling." Zen laughed loudly while walking forward. He sneered, "Family rules? How can an outsider like you dare to talk about my family rules in front of me? Let me teach you what my family's rules are." As Zen readied himself to beat Grey Huang, he maximized his strength. "Zen, don't you dare. If you hit me, Master Andrew will never let you go. Besides, you are just a powerless punchbag in the Luo clan. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?" Grey Huang said calmly. "Ouch." The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the yard. Zen slapped Grey across the face. There was no restraining him now. He took another step forward, grabbed Grey's collar and hit him across the face a few more times. Grey Huang's wrinkled face paled with Zen's onslaught. The former young master's fingerprints were clearly imprinted on Grey Huang's half-swollen face. With each slap, a fine spray of blood had burst out. Zen smiled as he noticed that Grey's face now looked like a pig's, swollen and red. Darren's whole body trembled when he saw what happened. According to the Luo clan's rules, those who talk a lot of nonsense and reproach others with no evidence shall be punished. Ouch. According to the Luo clan's rules, those who oppress others and are conceited shall be punished. Ouch. According to the Luo clan's rules, those who sow discord and turn matters upside down shall be punished. Ouch. According to the Luo clan's rules. Ouch. Every slap was so hard that it made Grey Huang spit blood. Darren was trembling by now. It was so terrible. Darren and Grey were surprised. Zen had been a slave for such a long time. He had been obedient and he had quietly swallowed all insults. How dare he slap Grey? What they hadn't thought of was that Zen was not being obedient. He simply chose to be non-fussed about the insults. Hearing all the commotion, several children of the Luo clan gathered in the yard. They witnessed Zen's actions. Each one of them was equally surprised. Grey had acted in an outrageous way due to his connection to Andrew Luo. He was delusional enough to believe himself to be equal to a master in the Luo family. Some of these children had been bullied by Grey Huang, but they hadn't retaliated because of his current position. Grey Huang was unaware of how much he was hated by the people who served him. He was equally oblivious to the hatred these children felt toward him. Today, someone had decided to teach him a lesson. But, these children, though young, were capable of understanding that arrogance was related to allegiance and support. Grey Huang had grown arrogant because of his relationship with Andrew Luo. Although Grey Huang behaved arrogantly in front of other people, when in the presence of the second branch and the third branch of the Luo clan, he behaved in an extremely humble manner. Regardless, it was not appropriate for a slave to beat the steward in this way. Zen was in big trouble now. Everyone knew that what Zen had done would lead to his death. Zen slapped Grey a few times before stopping. Grey Huang's face was by now a bloody and badly mutilated mess. Even his neatly tied hair had become a mess of blood and tissue. Grey Huang weakly opened his mouth to threaten Zen after his unfortunate beating. You wait and see how." Before Grey Huang could finish, Zen slapped him on the face again. Grey Huang fell to the ground. After teaching Grey Huang a lesson, Zen's gaze turned toward Darren. Upon realizing his fate, Darren could not help but tremble. "Zen Luo, keep in mind that you are just a slave." Darren yelled and stepped backwards. "What's wrong with being a slave?" Zen stalked Darren slowly as he spoke. "Don't you dare to offend me. My position is higher than yours." Darren shouted in an attempt to deter Zen. "What is a low position? What is a high position? My family name is Luo. Even though I am a slave, I'm still a Luo. And you forget that my fist is stronger than yours. I am above you. My strength is more than yours. I am above you. My kung fu is better than yours. I am above you." Zen forcefully muttered from between clenched teeth as he took meaningful and threatening steps toward Darren. He lashed out quickly and grabbed Darren. Having reached the bone-refining level, Zen had gained more confidence. His strength had grown as well. Zen felt the power run through him as he raised his hand to strike Darren. The slap was so hard, and the sound of the impact so loud that even the onlookers were terrified. Once Zen had beaten Darren, he threw him toward Grey Huang. Both servants screamed in pain as their bodies collided. Zen lifted his chin in superiority as he said, "Let today be a lesson to you both. Remember to respect other people, not just their positions." Then he turned around and walked away. The Luo children and servants who had crowded around the three men to watch the spectacle, immediately cleared a path when they saw Zen heading for the door. Chapter 5, Crisis. The next morning, to Zen's surprise, no guard appeared to dress and escort him to the martial arts hall. Since the beating process was crucial to his refinement as a mysterious weapon, Zen dressed and walked to the hall. As he marched, Zen thought over the disturbing behavior of his two uncles and their sons. They seemed to be defying the rules of the Luo clan. Especially Perrin and Andrew never cared about the family rules. Perhaps this was the reason why some servants in the Luo clan had dared to become arrogant and haughty. However, even if others disregarded the rules set by the Luo clan, it didn't mean Zen would ignore the values he grew up with. It also did not mean that others should expect Zen to look the other way if they openly flaunted the Luo clan's rules. He was not pedantic, but Zen did have morals and values that he respected. When Zen reached the hall, he noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat different from usual. By now word had spread that Zen had beaten Darren and Gray the previous day. 2 years ago, Zen had become a convicted person after false allegations were levied against him and his family. He then became a slave for the Luo clan. Like other convicted slaves, he was made to work as a human punchbag in the martial arts hall. He always stayed indifferent to violence. No matter how much the Luo children attacked and beat him, he endured, let go of his anger, and remained quiet, as if he were a docile sheep. People had forgotten that Zen was the young master of the Luo clan. They had also forgotten his strength. He was one of the youngest to reach the flesh-refining level. After the previous day's incident, the children realized that Zen would not always tolerate everything that came his way. The children could assault him without repercussion as they were members of the Luo clan. Other people who were not part of the clan were not going to get away with treating Zen however they chose. Because of this, the Luo children now began looking at Zen with respect. When the trainer, Cory, asked the Luo children to pick their punch bags, no one dared to select Zen. This came as a surprise to Zen. He knew how important this beating was to the refining process, and he had been looking forward to being beaten today. Zen smiled bitterly. What he needed was to exercise and refine his body, but when the Luo children didn't select him as their punch bag, Zen found himself in a dilemma. He could not ask the children to beat him. Being a punch bag was not a fun job, and it would seem very odd for a punch bag to invite a beating. He could not reveal why he needed to be beaten either. Once all the punch bags had been selected, Zen found that he was the only one left in the corner of the martial arts hall. Zen was very unhappy indeed. The Luo children should not be so frightened. He walked toward Melvin Luo who was practicing with a stone man and said, "Melvin, what good is it to fight with a stone man? I'll help you practice." "Well," Melvin said with a frown. After his last encounter with Zen, and having heard about the beating Zen gave to Gray and Darren, Melvin wasn't so sure that he wanted to get into a fight with the former young master. "I am a punch bag. It is my duty to help you practice. Don't worry, my leather is thick. It can protect me." Zen patted his chest as he spoke. After hearing what Zen said, Melvin felt embarrassed. What would people say about Melvin if he were to refuse beating a punch bag? The Luo children who practiced daily were supposed to be stronger, meaner, and more resilient than the punch bags who were battered and bruised daily. Would he look weak? Would the other children make fun of him? Could he risk angering Zen and getting a beating similar to Darren and Gray? Regardless of what the others would say, Melvin still felt worried. He wasn't as strong as before. If he could get 100 marks because of his strength earlier, now he could only get 50 or 60 marks. Melvin shrugged as he accepted Zen's offer. He couldn't possibly look bad in front of the other children. Once the practice started, Zen realized why Melvin had hesitated. The strength with which Melvin was hitting Zen was insufficient to refine his body. The effect this beating had on his body was not the same as the last time when Melvin had beaten Zen. This dissatisfied Zen. "More strength. Hit hard right here. Your fist is too slow. What are you worried about? Now that is much better, but it is still not as good as yesterday." Seeing a punchbag tutoring a Luo child was unusual indeed. It was also rare to see a punchbag asking to be beaten harder. A group of children in the martial arts hall were astonished by what they were witnessing. Their mouths hung open as they watched the practice session between Zen and Melvin. They could not guess what Zen was thinking. However, Melvin didn't pay attention to the other children. At first, he was upset with what Zen was saying. He felt as though Zen was taunting him. However, when Melvin noticed that he was slowly becoming better, he put aside his anger and focused. His limbs felt more comfortable now, and his power seemed to have returned to normal level. Boom, boom, boom. The power of Melvin's fist passed from Zen's chest to his inner flesh. Zen fell to the floor and thrashed in agony until the warmth began flowing through his body. As this continued, Zen felt the impurities in his bones being refined, like reeling silk from cocoons. Each punch purified his bones. With an increase in his bone strength, Zen could feel that he was getting tougher. Melvin's punches were like a magical pill for Zen's body. The joy of this qualitative change could not be described with words. After each punch, Zen remembered to feign being in agony. Pain showed on his face, but secretly, he rejoiced in the refinement that his body was undergoing. It took all of his willpower to stop from shouting, "Let your fists hit me more violently." Zen smiled as the guards went to refill the copper pot. The copper pot was used to keep track of time. The pot had a small opening from which water would trickle out. It took an hour for the pot to get empty. Zen had been eagerly counting how many times the guards had refilled it. Since the pot had been refilled 3 times, it meant that 3 hours had passed. The thought brought joy to Zen as it meant that the Luo servants would be bringing food, both for the children and their punch bags. Usually, Zen, like all other punch bags, was unhappy as the Luo children were served delicious delicacies, while the punch bags got cold water and hard bread. This time, however, Zen was too hungry to care about the food. After 3 hours of refining and practicing, he was very starving. Since the refinement process used a lot of physical energy, he didn't care that the food was unpalatable. Zen grabbed the bread and was about to stuff it into his mouth when he was interrupted. A porcelain basin full of exquisite and fragrant meat suddenly appeared in front of Zen. When he looked up, Zen was surprised to see that Melvin was standing before him. "Let's eat together," Melvin said as he handed his rice bowl to Zen. Instead of refusing, Zen smiled gratefully and grabbed a handful of meat. "You beat Gray. Young Master Andrew will get you into trouble for that," Melvin whispered. Zen gobbled his food. Since he was a punch bag, he didn't get good food. It had been a while since anyone offered him delicious meat. While chewing, Zen nodded. He knew that Melvin was simply reminding him of what was going to happen. After all, he was the former young master of the Luo clan, and so he knew these rules better than anyone else. His uncles had left him unchecked for all these years. It wasn't because they were being merciful. It was simply because they didn't see him as a threat. Making Zen a punch bag also gave them the satisfaction that Zen wasn't getting any practice. On the contrary, the beatings would weaken, or even kill him over time. This was why he had stayed in the Luo clan for all this time. Zen was quite aware that if he were to fight back, his uncles would not hesitate to kill him. "However, you helped us get even with Gray. We don't approve of that old man. And his actions have only gotten more evil over time," Melvin said with a suggestive smile. Except the second and third branches of the Luo clan, all other children secretly admired Zen for standing up to a bully like Gray. While the other children in the martial arts hall had not openly thanked Zen, they agreed with what Melvin had said. The years that followed the coup in the Luo clan were not very happy ones. The behavior of the 2 branches could only be described as evil. A substantial deduction had been made in the various monthly allowances for the collateral relatives. Even the quantity of drugs for practicing and refining had been reduced. A few servants had become arrogant toward the Luo clan members as well. Almost all of the good things were being given to Perrin and Andrew. It was no doubt that other Luo children would feel mistreated. Everyone now yearned for the time when Zen's father was the head of the clan. At that time, the clan system was very rigid. Although strict, Zen's father was fair. There wasn't much intrigue in the Luo clan, nor did anyone dare to take advantage of situations. Servants were not rude to other people either. It was a pity that the new branches ruling the Luo clan were not as fair and disciplined. This kind of nostalgia remained in the heart of the children in the Luo clan. They were afraid to talk with each other about it for fear of a falling out between the families. They also didn't want to leave evidence of discontent that could be used against them for fear of being punished by established rules. Over these past 2 years, the Luo clan had certainly waned. Zen had plans. He knew that if presented with the chance, he would gather his strength and grow his power to be able to clean the clan of these rotten members. In front of the magnificent mansion of the 3rd branch of the Luo clan, Gray stood with his head wrapped in gauze. So wounded was he that only his nose, eyes, and mouth could be seen. A thudding sound was heard as he dramatically fell to his knees. With a low snarl, he cried out, "Master Andrew, rule in my favor please." A teenager dressed in cyan leant back in his chair at Gray's pitiful cry. Andrew was the second young master of the Luo clan. He was a handsome man but extremely arrogant and self-conceited. I heard that you wanted Zen to be your servant so that he could take care of your diet. Andrew tilted his head and laughed at the ludicrous idea. Master Andrew, it's not true. Gray denied with a feigned sob. Andrew Luo did not listen to Gray's explanation. Instead, he laughed. Although Zen's family was discredited and he was demoted to the position of a slave, he is still a Luo. You forgot that he was once the young master of the Luo clan. It would be inappropriate if I, the second young master of the Luo clan, were to ask him to be my slave. You are a fool to think you could do such a thing and not face repercussions. Did you burn your brain with a high fever? You deserve the beating. Gray kowtowed in front of Andrew humbly before continuing to defend his actions. Master Andrew, I admit I might have been at fault, but you have to help me and judge in my favor. As Gray feigned more tears, he made an inconspicuous gesture. Within moments, a middle-aged woman rushed to his side. She quietly knelt next to Gray. The middle-aged woman was Gray's wife. She had been Andrew's nanny ever since the death of his biological mother in his early childhood. Andrew had a very good relationship with Gray's wife. They were almost as close as a natural mother and son. Auntie, you do not need to kneel down. Please, stand. Gray, you may stand as well. Andrew waved his hand as he spoke. Master Andrew, you agreed. Gray's voice showed a hint of excitement. Andrew stood from his chair and took a few steps before stopping and speaking. Cousin Perrin said that he didn't kill Zen because he wanted Zen to see how strong our families would be. However, Zen is not important at all. With Cousin Perrin preparing to leave for Cloud Sect, I will help Perrin to dispose of Zen. Gray understood what Andrew was going to do. The bandages around Gray's mouth stretched as he grinned in satisfaction. He exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Master Andrew. But we need to wait and solve this at a later time," Andrew said as he placed his hand on his forehead. He turned to Gray and continued, "I just took the last magical pill. It is important for me to practice after taking the pill. It is the only way the pill will be able to refine and clean my body. How about we take revenge on Family Practicing Day? I will choose Zen as my opponent during the death match held that day. Then I will have the perfect opportunity to kill him with my own hands." An evil smile grew on Andrew's face at the thought of getting even with Zen. Family Practicing Day was an important occasion as on that day, the skills of all the children would be inspected by the elders of the Luo clan. At the same time, Family Practicing Day also presented a good opportunity for slaves. If the slaves survived the death matches held on Family Practicing Day, they would be granted their freedom. Even the most lowly slaves desired their freedom. If the Luo clan did not offer them an opportunity to regain their freedom, slaves would soon crumble under the hopelessness of their situation. They would have no incentive to live through the daily beatings at the martial arts hall. By setting this rule, all slaves gained a trace of hope. They struggled through their daily monotony, hoping to live despite the terrible beatings, as eventually, Family Practicing Day would come and they would have a real chance to secure their freedom. However, the nature of the death match was not fair. Since Savs were beaten every day, they suffered from various injuries and diseases. They stood no chance when attacked by healthy and well-trained elite children of the Luo clan. A lot of slaves had died on Family Practicing Day in the past. In the meantime, the Luo children's skills and abilities were tested on that day and the best ones would be rewarded with different prizes. Therefore, every Luo child would definitely try their best to win the match. Good idea, Master Andrew. So be it, let that kid live another month. Gray kowtowed before Andrew a few more times before quickly standing. Beneath the several layers of medicated gauze, Gray's eyes shone with intensity and hatred. When Andrew left, the middle-aged woman turned to plead with Gray. Zen is a poor teenager. Why do you have to force him to his death? He should not have hit you, I agree. But teaching him a little lesson is enough. You don't have to kill him. Gray snorted when he heard his wife. He glared at her as he replied, "You are just a woman. You don't know anything except petty kindness." Scolded by her husband, the middle-aged woman cowered. She tried to respond, but had nothing to say. Finally, she closed her mouth and bowed her head. Chapter 6. Efforts. Zen poured a vat of cold water over himself and watched the milky impurities flow along the water as it hit the ground. Since he had reached the bone refining level, his flesh had no impurities left to remove. The milky white pollutants that were being washed out were being expelled from his bones. Zen closed his eyes and relished how refreshed his body felt after washing away all the impurities. Ever since he beat Darren, the steward had not come to Zen's cell. This lack of supervision meant that Zen had more freedom. Every evening, Zen leaned his iron bed against the cellar wall and then used layers of bat to wrap the bed frame to make a simple practice stake. Since he placed the bed frame close to the cellar's stone wall, most of the power from his fists were absorbed by the thick wall. Zen had taken the precaution of wrapping the bed frame in cotton so that the sound of his fist hitting the iron frame was reduced to a minimum. Since he was in a cellar far from the main buildings, no one could hear that he was secretly practicing. He began his practice by using the purple light fist, which had been inherited by the Luo clan hundreds of years ago. Today, it was a lost knowledge, and only a handful of people knew its secrets. Even the collateral relatives of the Luo clan did not get the opportunity to learn the secrets of the purple light fist. A smirk played on Zen's lips. Since reaching the bone refining level, the complicated techniques of the purple light fist were not as challenging as before. As he had been unable to practice for these past 2 years, he knew he would still find it demanding. However, with his newfound powers, he could now play and deconstruct at will. Purple fist strength. Bang 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 bang. 7 muffled sounds echoed through Zen's otherwise quiet cell. Purple fist strength was the most profound part of purple light fist. Each punch was capable of causing multiple injuries to people. The number of injuries showed the level of use of purple fist strength. 7 muffled sounds indicated that this punch had caused 7 injuries. Zen was not satisfied with this result. Zen's father had told him that he was able to cause 8 massive injuries when he used purple light strength at the bone refining level. However, Zen could only cause 7 serious injuries even though he was at the same level as his father. His understanding of the purple fist strength was not impressive enough. Obviously, he needed to make a better effort. Since each punch hit the top of the bat, only muffled sounds could be heard. Zen's power and strength had grown immensely since he reached the bone refining level. Perrin had already stepped into the peak of the bone refining level. Thus, the strength of each of Perrin's punches had an impact equivalent to almost 1,000 pounds. But Zen had just reached the bone refining level. He estimated that his boxing strength was about 700 to 800 pounds. This was insufficient to fight against Perrin. Zen desperately wanted to enter Cloud Sect. His heart felt as heavy as stone when he thought about his sister who had been banished to Perdition Mountain. Yan had always been obedient and well-behaved. It was impossible for her to be a troublemaker. She must have been set up to earn such a terrible punishment. Zen needed to enter Cloud Sect as soon as possible. This was the only way to protect Yan. Bang bang bang. The strength with which Zen lashed out increased little by little. Cloud Sect was the largest martial arts school in the imperial capital. They recruited many students on a wide scale every year. Young people throughout the imperial capital also desired being selected by Cloud Sect. Not only did it have the best resources, but the sect also had the most experienced and professional coaches who could teach them a lot. However, the prerequisites for being admitted into Cloud Sect were extremely strict. Each student there needed to be very talented, like Yan, who had been easily admitted. Needless to say, most students at Cloud Sect were very strong. They were better than other children in every way possible. Zen's feat of reaching the bone refining level was just not enough. I am now being refined. My body level is changing day by day. But if I want to upgrade rapidly, I need to practice harder. At this thought, Zen gritted his teeth and threw a hard punch at the bed frame. Ever since he was a young boy, Zen had desired perfecting the ultimate martial arts. His pursuit of this form had molded him into a conscientious and meticulous teenager. He had improved step by step. When alive, Zen's father had praised him for his perseverance. But ever since the death of his father and his banishment from the Luo clan, Zen as a slave had stalled in his growth. Not only did he have few chances to practice, but his mood had also been greatly affected. But now, Zen had regained his confidence. He also had new goals. Now was the right time for him to catch up. He didn't sleep the whole night. Zen lost count of how many punches he had thrown at the bed frame. But he could see that the impact of his boxing had been such that the bat was now attached to the wall. He had to pry the cotton away and pull it apart gently. During the daytime, he became more active in his pursuit of continuous refining. In order to practice as much as possible, Zen walked to the martial arts hall every day, even though the guards no longer came to fetch him. He volunteered for the Luo children to beat him. This was undoubtedly a risky step as people might learn the truth. After all, he was now being beaten more often and more severely than the other slaves. However, he lacked the telltale injuries on his body. This would definitely attract questions to which Zen had no answers. Regardless, Zen continued. He had decided not to care too much about possible outcomes. He knew he needed to be beaten extensively in order to refine his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to enhance his strength within a short time. Some Luo children did find Zen's behavior to be strange. They also frowned when they saw how badly he was being beaten. Despite the situation, Zen's demeanor seemed cheerful, which was contrary to how slaves usually behaved. Instead, he seemed as confident as any of the Luo children, almost as if he were beating other people. What settled some of the Luo children's concerns was the fact that Zen had been a punchbag for 2 years. Considering that he was still alive and well, they assumed he had strong life vitality. Fortunately for Zen, these children were not interested in demystifying how a punchbag could survive under these circumstances. After all, they were required to practice beating people. It was not needed for them to study their targets. Even if Zen had special protective skills, they showed no interest in learning more about these skills. During this time, Zen's impurities were being washed out more and more. Every time he took a bath, the water flowing on the ground was almost as rich as milk. Soon, Zen's plan showed results. The amount of impurities being removed from Zen's body on a daily basis was equivalent to the ones being removed from others on a monthly basis. This satisfied Zen as it meant that each day's practice had the same effect on him as that of people who practiced for months. This practice speed seemed like a miracle. Motivated, Zen exhausted himself. He volunteered to be beaten during the day and spent his nights practicing. He didn't stop, not even for a few seconds. The improvement in Zen's body and knowledge of martial arts fed his spirit. Even though he was barely sleeping, his eyes were clear and bright as always. Another reason why he was so full of energy and his spirit was flourishing was the existence of the mysterious, 9-dragon furnace. The refining furnace was purifying his soul. Each time, the pain was the same. Zen felt as though his soul was being crushed 1,000 times, and each time, he collapsed and wished for death. And yet, when the episode ended and Zen realized that he had survived that kind of pain, his spirit grew by leaps and bounds. He knew that his soul was also being refined. Among all the parts of the human body, the soul was the most difficult to purify. Everyone could exercise their body. Even people who did not practice martial arts could exercise themselves too. The soul, however, was hidden in a secret place. It was invisible and untouchable. As said in Buddhism, the soul was an illusory shore, which was difficult for the average person to reach. Allegedly, Cloud sect had higher-level methods and theories that could affect people's souls. Amongst these were the soul-refining books. These mysterious realms, Zen could not reach, and he did not want to think about it. Instead, Zen focused on refining his body every day. Time passed quickly. It had been 20 days since he beat Gray and Darren. Boom! Another punch thrown by Zen hit the thick stone wall. Zen was dumbstruck. He had only used 70% of his strength in this punch. However, his power was so extreme that the cellar wall cracked. Zen knew that if he were to use all his strength, the wall would collapse. While worrisome, this thought made Zen smile. It had been almost a month since he started practicing and he had improved significantly. When he began, Zen had just entered the bone refining level. With just a short amount of practice time, he felt as though he had reached the peak of bone refining level. The cleansing his bones had undergone showed in the results of his punches. The strength of his punches was almost up to 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. That was the weight of an ancient tripod. For warriors, the strength of a tripod was a watershed moment. Only after reaching the strength of a tripod could a person be said to have officially become a warrior. And Zen had achieved all this in less than a month. Such development and quick improvement had never been witnessed in the Luo clan. Even if a person searched the entire empire, it would be difficult to find another person as skilled as Zen. After all, refining the body by way of removing impurities from the body through perseverance, meant decades of practice as the body only released a pitiful amount of impurities a day. However, to refine the body by being beaten every day was 1,000 times faster. Today, when Zen went to the martial arts hall, he noticed something had changed. Although the children were reluctant to use him as a punch bag, after Zen insisted, they did throw him a volley of punches. Zen felt no pain. It was almost as though the power of these children had diminished. Zen was about to tell them to hit harder, but he remained quiet. He observed for some time and realized that the children were not holding back. They were using all of their strength to hit. Then why was it that he was not feeling their power? What was worse was that every punch produced much less warmth in his body. If previous attacks produced a thumb-sized warm current, current attacks only produced warmth the size of the little finger. With less warmth refining his body naturally, Zen became worried that its efficiency was diminishing. After returning to the cellar that evening, Zen watched the impurities being washed away. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw that the amount of impurities being forced out of his body had reduced by about half. These changes made Zen anxious. He had no idea what was wrong. Could it be that his body was becoming harder? According to the mysterious weapon refining theories, his body strength was now comparable with a low-grade mysterious weapon. After profound and continuable refining, the strength of a mysterious weapon would gradually increase. However, if the strength of the weapon had reached a certain extent, the effect of general refining would be low. Most of the students in martial arts hall were at the skin refining level. Even Melvin, whose inner divine strength was so powerful that he was comparable to someone at the flesh refining level. Now, hundreds of pounds of strength were hitting Zen's body at the martial arts hall. However, that seemed insufficient as the effect was too little for his body. It looked as though Zen needed to find more powerful people to beat him to continue refining his body if he wanted to produce better results. But Zen didn't know how to find someone who had more strength. It was impossible to ask the elders in the family to refine his body. Family practicing day was only a few days away. On this day, all students would try their best and work at full strength. The punches that would come his way would certainly be more powerful. Most importantly, if he survived the day, he would be able to gain his freedom and leave the Luo family. Since Zen could barely feel any pain from the beatings given by the Luo children, he wasn't worried about being hurt on family practicing day. Zen sat before the dim lamp in his cellar. His bright eyes shone with fortitude in the light as he thought over his plans. It had been 2 years since his family was wrongly accused. Zen had remained a docile slave all this time. However, he had not forgotten the pain and hatred he felt when his father had been killed. He lived with shame before, as he was too weak. Now, Zen was fortunate to have found the magical refining theory, which was creating his special constitution. He had to grab this opportunity. Chapter 7. Family Practicing Day. Winter had been unusually cold this year. Frigid air blew in from the vast frozen land in the north, whitening most of the empire's land. Heavy snow like cotton quilts covered the ground. The spacious drill ground in front of the Luo residence was also wrapped in a thick blanket of snow. On family practicing day, servants of the Luo clan cleaned up the snow on the drill ground. 12 teams of Luo children stood in a neat queue, awaiting the review of the Luo clan elders. The Luo clan originally had 13 branches. Ever since the allegations against Zen's family and the dissolution of their branch, only 12 branches remained. In order to encourage all the Luo children to practice diligently, family practicing day was held once a year. This day was important for both the Luo children and the human punch bags. Based on the performance of each branch of the Luo clan, resource allocation for the subsequent year would be decided. Good performance would naturally imply that the winning branch would get more resources, such as useful pills that improve the speed of body refining, and the rejuvenation medicines that quickly healed wounds. For slaves, this day determined their life or death, and freedom. Zen and the other slaves headed toward the drill ground. Today, every punch bag looked serious. Their determination was clearly visible in their expressions. Each of them was aware of the significance of this day. There were only 2 options for a slave in a death match: win a free life or die trying. For the Luo children, the death match was a test. Winning meant that they got rewarded and earned the support of the whole family. The consequence of losing was limited to feeling ashamed. Most elite children already had good strength. Both their skills and power were better than ordinary persons. However, many of them still lost at this crucial time due to low exposure to actual combat. It was thus a common thing to see the elite children lose in this competition. The original intention behind setting the rules of the death match was to maximize the potential of the slaves by motivating them to fight the Luo children eagerly. This was the only way for the Luo children to get real combat training experience. A few moments after the slaves arrived, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe entered the ground. Zen's uncle, Ken Luo, had long beard and a face as smooth as jade. Upon seeing him, Zen's eyes flashed with hatred. He remembered how Ken Luo had played a part in the death of his father. This man pretended to be a modest gentleman, but he used tricks to poison his oldest brother. To Zen, he was nothing more than a hypocrite. If Zen had greater confidence in his strength, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill Ken Luo. However, Ken Luo was a master at the organ refining level. His entrails had been refined thoroughly. Furthermore, his strength was comparable with the weight of 3 ancient tripods. It was said that he could tear a tiger and a leopard with his bare hands, and smash the great walls with his fleshy fist. Ken Luo stood on the high platform, took a deep breath, and then spoke, "Today we have good news. My nephew, the young master of the Luo clan, has been admitted to Cloud Sect. He is now their inner disciple." Ken Luo didn't speak loudly, but everyone could hear him clearly. Since he was a master at the organ refining level, all his internal organs had been honed. Even though he had whispered, his voice was still vivid. Upon hearing the announcement, envy reflected on the faces of the Luo children. Perrin being admitted to Cloud Sect was almost an expected thing. Cloud Sect's disciples were divided into many levels. Many people passed all the assessments and stood out from their competitors. However, all they got was an outer disciple's position. In essence, that meant that these disciples did not get the best resources. How was it that Perrin was able to improve quickly enough to be exceptionally qualified as an inner disciple? This was beyond the expectation of all present. It was no wonder that they were jealous. Zen was also wondering the same. Could it be that the magical pill Perrin took was so effective and powerful that it helped Perrin gain admittance as an inner disciple at Cloud Sect? Worried and anxious, Zen clenched his fists. The reason why his uncles hadn't killed him yet was that they thought Zen was no threat to the Luo clan. However, Yan was an exceptional talent. She was a threat to them. When the coup happened, Yan escaped because she was at Cloud Sect. But now that Perrin was at Cloud Sect, his presence would definitely be unfavorable to her. Thinking about the threat to his sister, Zen knew he had to go to Cloud Sect as quickly as possible. Perrin is the pride of the family. However, we must not focus on his achievement. Today is family practicing day. The Luo children must choose a slave for the death match. If you win against the slave in the death match, next year, the winners will get double the quota of refining pills. Furthermore, the winners' monthly money will also be doubled. There is another bonus as well, a purple pill. Upon hearing about the several attractive rewards being offered to the winners of the death match, the Luo children began talking amongst themselves. Their excitement was palpable. The slaves, however, looked gloomy. The greater the rewards, the more challenging the death match. Spurred by greed, the Luo children would become more ruthless. Although the slaves had only a low chance of survival, now, that chance had become even smaller. After Ken Luo finished his speech, he walked back toward his high chair. The steward, Gray, walked onto the elevated terrace. His eyes swept through the slaves and stopped at Zen. Viciousness flashed in his eyes as he thought, "Boy, you will die today." That done, Gray spoke loudly, "Now the Luo children can begin selecting their punch bags. The first competitor for the death match will be Andrew Luo, the oldest son of the third branch." Andrew leapt onto the arena on the ground. After paying due respect to his father, Ken Luo, he turned to pick his punch bag. It wasn't long before Andrew's eyes fell on Zen. When their gaze met, a small smile played on Zen's face. A month ago he beat Gray. Zen thought that Andrew would retaliate immediately. However, Andrew had bid his time quietly. Zen now knew why. Andrew had been waiting for family practicing day. He had planned to choose Zen as his punch bag in the death match so that Andrew could beat him to death without raising anyone's suspicions. To his surprise, Andrew did not pick Zen. Instead, he selected a sturdy man standing behind Zen. A frown grew on Zen's face. The Luo clan had recently bought this sturdy middle-aged man. Although a condemned prisoner, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. He looked strong and healthy. Zen guessed that he was at the flesh refining level. Once Andrew had selected his target, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate. He jumped into the arena. His eyes flashed with a primeval fierceness. In a death match, there were no escapes. Flinching could mean death for the punch bag. Rather than passively awaiting destruction, it was better to fight with all of one's strength. That was the only way to increase the odds of survival for a punch bag. There was not much etiquette involved in a fight to the death either. The middle-aged man made a preemptive move in the arena. He rushed toward Andrew with all of his strength. Since he was quite well built, the middle-aged man ran across the arena like a raging bull. The mysterious rock that made up the floor of the arena burst out with a boom sound. Andrew chuckled as a purple light condensed in his hand. His fingers clasped into an arch as he waited for his target. When the middle-aged man closed in on Andrew, he dodged and threw the light toward the rushing target. As Andrew stepped aside, the purple fist strength hit the middle-aged man. Poof! The impact of the purple fist strength didn't show instantly. However, it was severe enough to stop the middle-aged man suddenly. He couldn't hit Andrew, so he turned around and prepared to rush him again. Unaware that he had been injured, the man took a step. Bang 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 bang. 6 dull bursts of sound came from his body. Blood began spraying out from 6 areas on the middle-aged man's body. His eyes widened, and disbelief reflected on his face. When he opened his mouth to speak, there was only a gurgling sound. Gradually, his eyes dulled and he crashed to the ground. It had taken Andrew only 1 punch to kill a sturdy, healthy man. All the children watching the match burst into cheers. Even some of the onlookers began applauding. In the midst of all this noise, no one noticed the handful of Luo children who looked indifferent. Andrew, as the oldest son of the 3rd branch, had a reputation. Everyone knew that he had been refining his body with all kinds of powerful pills since his childhood. They knew that was his secret to refine his body so quickly. However, the progress could not be this fast. The only explanation was that Andrew had taken the 2nd magical pill. Since Perrin had taken the 1st, this was the only remaining pill. And now, it had been consumed by Andrew. Zen shook his head at the thought, and a bitter smile emerged on his face. His uncles had done the unthinkable. No one had dared to take these 2 magical pills in the Luo clan for hundreds of years. After taking control of the family, his uncles had shared the pills. When Zen first heard that Perrin had taken the pill, his fury came from his heart. But now, Zen felt calm at the revelation that Andrew had taken the last magical pill. The pill was said to be powerful and effective, and the Luo clan only had 2 of these pills. Now, there were none left. Zen didn't feel as though he were at a disadvantage. While the magical pill had its effects, Zen's refinement process ensured that he could continue to clean his body. In result, the magical pill was not significant to Zen anymore. That didn't stop Zen from feeling disappointment at his uncle's behavior. Just then, Gray's voice rang out, the winner of the 1st death match is Master Andrew. Andrew flexed his wrist and shouted toward Gray, who was standing on the high platform, I am still warming up. I want to challenge one more person. Gray was secretly delighted at the thought that the moment when Andrew would avenge him had finally arrived. He grinned and replied, Master Andrew, you can choose another slave if you want the challenge. Andrew turned to face the slaves. He pointed at the slaves randomly. As in when Andrew pointed at a target, that person's face paled. They had all witnessed Andrew's strength. The targets knew that there was no escaping death if Andrew picked them. Andrew's fingers were now like the sickle of death. The person who was chosen by him would go to see the king of torture. Finally, Andrew's eyes stayed fixed on Zen. He hooked his fingers and laughed, you, come on. Everyone looked where Andrew was pointing. An audible gasp could be heard when they realized he was pointing at Zen. A death match for a slave could only have one of 2 outcomes, either the target won, or he died trying. Zen was considered a part of the Luo clan, even after the rebellion. In these past 2 years that he had been relegated as a slave, none of the children had truly hurt him. They hadn't shown this kind of mercy and thoughtfulness toward the other punchbags, however. But today, Andrew had selected Zen. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Some shook their heads in pity when they realized that Zen would probably die today. Finally, come, Zen didn't hesitate, nor did he say anything. He simply walked out from where the slaves stood, climbed into the arena with no expression on his face. As he approached Andrew, Zen arched his hands and said, Master Andrew, please. Cousin Zen, why are you being so polite? Andrew replied as he squinted at Zen. Chapter 8. Fatal Blow. Cousin. Zen hadn't heard anyone call him cousin in a long time. He remembered when Andrew was younger, he would chase Zen all around the Luo residence, calling him Cousin Zen. If anyone bullied Andrew, he would seek Zen's help. When Zen heard the word cousin, he couldn't help but be transported back to a time in his childhood that was filled with sweet memories. What a beautiful time it had been. He never dreamed that when he grew up, family fights would break out in the Luo clan and his father and his uncles would be estranged. These past 2 years had been tragic indeed. Zen nodded and changed his address as well. Cousin Andrew, let's start. Well, it is said that you haven't accepted your identity as a slave. I found that hard to believe. But now that you're addressing me as cousin, it seems as though the rumors are true. I called you Cousin Zen as a test. Did you really think you have the same privilege? Ha ha ha, I'm going to end this today. You will die by my hand. With that said, Andrew sneered and suddenly gave off an aggressive appearance. Upon hearing the insulting remarks by Andrew, a wave of anger swelled in Zen's heart. His face became cold and indifferent. All traces of residual family affection in his heart vanished. Andrew covered his whole body with purple lights. After taking a cursory step forward, he rushed to attack Zen. Bang! The energy Andrew channeled hit Zen on his chest. The force was so strong that Zen felt unbalanced. He took a few steps to steady himself. It was obvious that Andrew had reached the bone-refining level by virtue of the magic pill. Over the past few days, Zen had been disappointed with the rate of refining. His body had strengthened so much that when the Luo children hit Zen, his body did not produce the warm currents he needed to continue refining his bones. However, Andrew had struck him so hard that Zen's body produced the warm currents. A small smile played on Zen's lips as he welcomed the opportunity to remove more impurities from his body. The feeling of warm currents flowing through his body, removing pollutants, and healing his core, was so cool. While Zen was secretly pleased, Andrew drew on his rage to attack Zen with all his strength. He didn't want to give Zen any reprieve. He threw a short straight punch at Zen's chest, followed by a powerful fist. Before Zen could react, Andrew directed a bursting strength at Zen's body. Andrew then bombarded Zen with a combination of an elbow attack, a side kick, and a front snap kick. All sorts of fierce attacks were aimed at Zen. Streams of warm currents flowed between Zen's bones. Their intensity was such that it felt as though floodgates had opened. Zen could feel the impurities in his bones being squeezed out and washed away, little, by the warm currents. Well done. Just kill him, Master Andrew. Grey Huang shouted and screamed from outside the arena. He looked excited, as though he were beating Zen himself. Some children from the Luo clan were also cheering for Andrew. However, many children were standing still and silently praying for Zen. Most of the children came from other branches of the Luo clan. Deep in their hearts, they missed the time when Zen's father headed the Luo clan, as he had been fair and sympathetic. Everyone enjoyed the same opportunity to practice. Everyone's achievements depended on their talent rather than birth. Everyone had a chance to make a difference, even if he came from an insignificant branch of the Luo clan. However, everything had changed once the second and the third branches grabbed the reins of the Luo clan. People from these two branches were very privileged and usurped all resources, while children from the rest of the Luo clan were left struggling. Zen, the former young master, was the last person left from his branch. Since his uncles had spared him, all hope depended on Zen's survival. The children knew that if he died, all chances of a fair and just leader ruling the Luo clan would be gone forever. Meanwhile, Zen continued to take Andrew's assault. Ken Luo, Andrew's father, frowned as he watched the battle. He knew his son very well. After taking the magical pill, Andrew had reached the bone-refining level. His strength had increased tremendously. The impact of his fist strength had weighed 1,000 pounds. He was almost as powerful as Hercules. He was confident that his son was the second most powerful person in the younger generation within the Luo clan. Perrin was the only person who could defeat Andrew. Ken watched as Andrew hurled dozens of punches at Zen. His attacks were fierce and strong, and full of power. While Zen was losing ground, he hadn't been injured severely yet. Why hadn't Zen been defeated? There was a saying in the realm of martial arts that attacking was the best form of defense. The reason why this theory was widely accepted was that attacking was far easier than defending. Even the strongest person could not withstand continuous fierce attacks from his opponents. Strong as Ken was, he shouldn't be able to stand such violent attacks from Andrew. This was why methods of practicing a strong body such as King Kong cover and Yang Holy Body were so valuable. Zen had taken such furious blows, and yet he could still stand. Did it mean that Zen had learned special methods of refining his body? Or had Zen's father, his elder brother, discovered a way to refine the body, kept it secret from the rest of the family, but taught it to Zen before he died? Considering the fact that Zen Luo had been beaten indiscriminately in the martial arts hall for 2 years and he was still alive and kicking, it was obvious that Zen knew something that the others didn't. Ken's eyes shone when he thought he had discovered Zen's secret. At this time, seeing that his continuous blows were ineffective, Andrew became impatient. His punches were getting harder and harder, and he tried all kinds of vicious attacks on Zen's body. Purple fist strength. Bang, 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 bang. The six-fold force burst through Zen's body. He had thought that the destructive power of the purple fist strength would beat Zen. However, to his surprise, Zen was still standing in front of him, firm and undefeated. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Andrew felt terribly uneasy. This guy was so strange. How could his body withstand such fierce attacks? Looking at Zen's sly smile, Andrew became more flustered. He had reached the bone-refining level and had great power. He was much stronger than Zen. He should have easily knocked Zen down with a single, well-placed blow. But why had he failed? Why was Zen smiling? Was he sneering at Andrew's incompetence? Such a look replaced the panic Andrew was feeling with indignation. His eyes blazed with fury. The more he thought about it, the more certain Andrew became that his only alternative was to use a secret weapon to deal with Zen. Andrew took out a small box from his pocket. It was the size of a clapper. It was engraved with a trail of glittering symbols. He aimed the front of the box at Zen and quickly pressed the trigger behind the box. At the same time, Andrew roared, "Go to perdition." When Andrew took out the small box, Zen was startled. As the former young master of the Luo clan, he knew that the box was the Thunder Rob halberd, one of the best defensive weapons in the family. It was a secret weapon made by a talisman. A powerful thunderbolt was sealed inside the Thunder Rob halberd. It could deliver an instant kill to the enemy with a surprise attack. But it was meant for single use only. It was most certainly very expensive. Thus, it was given to the younger generation of the family for personal defense. Andrew is so sinister and vicious that he will attack me with such a nasty thing when desperate. Zen thought. Strong as his body was, he would never be spared by the Thunder Rob halberd. Just as this thought flashed through Zen's mind, a thunder halberd formed, and lightning burst out of the Thunder Rob halberd. It was headed straight for Zen. Zen nimbly rolled on the ground at the critical moment to dodge the attack. The lightning released from the Thunder Rob halberd flashed over his head with a deafening crackling sound, burning a few strands of his hair. Then, a slave outside the arena screamed. The thunder halberd had hit him. Instantly, a fierce fire spread across his body. The fire turned the slave to ashes. Everyone paled at the sight of the slave's misery. Andrew had gone too far this time. His Thunder Rob halberd could have hit anyone in the arena. What if it hadn't hit the slave, but it hit a Luo child instead? Andrew had never taken the lives of the rest of the Luo family seriously. Zen rose from the ground. His face was stony and cold. He clenched his fist and said, "You have been hitting me for so long. Are you satisfied? It is my turn, right?" "No." Seeing the sudden power change in the arena, Ken Luo screamed and jumped down from the high stands. He had discovered the anomalies of Zen's body. It had to be a conspiracy that helped Zen live for so long. Unfortunately, though Ken Luo was fast, he had to travel a long distance to get to the arena. The time it took for Ken to get there was sufficient for Zen to pounce on Andrew and attack him. Purple fist strength. Before Andrew could process what had happened, Zen punched him. The punch hit key parts of Andrew's body. The muffled sounds of 7 instantaneous explosions came from Andrew's body. Bang, 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 bang. After the muffled sounds, 7 areas on Andrew's body began to bleed. Zen had aimed for the roots of both arms and legs, as well as other important parts. These injuries would not endanger Andrew's life, but he wouldn't be able to cultivate for the rest of his life. Just one fist. The arrogant second young master of the Luo clan had been defeated by one attack. Silence engulfed the arena. Who would have thought that a slave who had been beaten randomly for the past 2 years would have such great strength? Some of the Luo children who had offended Zen during his time as a slave shuddered as a chill traveled down their backs. They thought Zen was weak and allowed himself to be bullied. They didn't expect that he concealed such great strength. He defeated Andrew with only one fist. What if he attacks me? They thought. Andrew's expression turned to complete disbelief. He had thought that Zen was like a 3-year-old child before him given his strength at the bone-refining level. Andrew had assumed it would be very easy to defeat him. How could he have been so wrong? He had taken the magical pill, and his cultivation speed was infinitely superior to Zen's. Andrew's legs felt weak, and he fell to the ground. Ken rushed to him and scooped Andrew in his arms. "Andrew, my son, are you all right? I don't hurt important organs. He won't die," Zen mumbled. Ken raised his head. His gentle and elegant face was now twisted with rage. He pointed at Zen and said, "Why did you hurt my son, you wicked little mongrel?" "Uncle Ken, everyone knows that a battle is dangerous. This is a death match. We are supposed to be fighting till one of us dies. You should know better than me how slaves have injured Luo children in the arena in the past." Zen continued solemnly, "Now that I have won against Andrew Luo, according to family rules, I am no longer a slave. I am free to leave the Luo residence. Ha ha ha, I've been kind enough to let you live for all these years. I haven't expected you to grow to this level. Ken stopped long enough to help Andrew stand. Then he laughed and continued, do you think I'm going to let you go? Don't even think about it. Zen's face fell. He said, Uncle Ken, according to the clan's rules, if I win during the fight, I will be free. Rules. A sneer replaced the anger on Ken's face. He taunted Zen, only your good-for-nothing father would act according to the clan's rules. I'll tell you who makes the rules now. Me. I make the rules in the Luo clan. Zen's face convulsed with rage when he heard what his uncle had to say. He had longed to kill the man standing in front of him for what Ken had done to Zen's family. However, he had reminded himself to be patient and to wait for the right moment. Because he knew that his strength was insufficient to avenge his father's death. To achieve this goal, Zen needed to leave the Luo clan. He needed practice and sufficient time to grow stronger. Zen had pinned his hopes on family practicing day. He had thought that he would win in the death match and then claim his freedom. It had never crossed his mind that Ken Luo was going to cheat him at this crucial time. He had endured for such a long time, that these cruel words from his uncle dashed all of Zen's hopes. He thought over all the suffering he had endured over the past 2 years before breaking out into an angry laugh. Blame me for being naive and childish. It is ridiculous that I believed that you, such a despicable person, would abide by the rules of the family. I was silly to think that you will be merciful and that you will remember that I'm one of the Luo clan and care of me. You killed your older brother, usurped power, and took the holy medicine for yourself illegally. You committed all kinds of crimes. You don't deserve to be called human. You are a mongrel. One day, I will cut off your head with my own hands and avenge my father. Chapter 9. Organ Refining Level. This is how you talk to your elders. Where are your manners, Zen? Chided one of the elders frowning. Hold your tongue, Zen snapped. When my father was killed, the third, fourth, fifth branches the entire Luo clan, what were you doing? My father was good to all of you, always. How can you be so ungrateful? All of you were accomplices in his murder. Announced Zen in a sharp, angry tone. His grievance had simmered for 2 years, turning to hatred in the darkest recesses of his hardened heart. And now, it was erupting. His eyes were full of icy disdain as he took a long look around the place. As his gaze met each person there, they turned their heads or looked down to avoid his gaze. Ken didn't want to talk about this anymore. Cut the garbage, brat. Let's get down to business. Tell you what, turn over the refining method, and I promise you will have a quick and painless death. Your body will remain whole, and you can even have a plot in our clan graveyard. How does that sound to you? He threatened. The next moment numerous hair-like lines of purple light lit up on his arms, scattering into the air. You want to know my refining method? Ha, dream on. With that, Zen kicked off hard against the arena's edge to propel himself into a sprint. It seemed his only choice would be to fight his way out, since he wouldn't be able to walk out of here. Although Zen was fast, Ken was faster. He was after all a famous expert, and he was able to remain at the organ refining level for a long time. He moved swiftly, with a purple shadow. He stopped Zen easily. You are too green, boy. There is no way for you to escape. I'll give you another chance to turn over your refining method. Or I will make you wish you were never born, but, you will suffer before that. Then, when I am finished, I tear you to pieces and burn you until you are nothing more than ashes. Idiot off, replied Zen as he swung to punch Ken. As Zen's fist came closer, Ken brushed it aside effortlessly, avoiding the brunt of the punch. As he did, Ken twisted to land dozens of blows over Zen's torso. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Being much stronger than the Luo children, the swing Ken took at Zen came at a far greater force. A man fighting at the level of organ refining had 3 times the strength of those at bone refining level. The terrifying force as the fist slammed into Zen flooded his body. Within a few seconds pain turned into a familiar warm current, and even though his body was transforming the power lightning fast, there were too many powerful punches and they exceeded Zen's limit. The untransformed forces were damaging him. Ah! Zen screeched as his body was thrown to the ground. As he rolled and got to his feet, Zen spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Zen was able to get to his feet even after the clobbering Ken just gave, made his heart jump. Amazing. Your skills in self-protection are amazing. Just tell us how, and I might let you live. Ha, why would I believe you? Lying comes as easy as farts slip out for a man like you. I would never believe a word that falls out of your mouth. Zen countered while trying to steady his labored breathing. There was an incredible sensation of relief filling his body. It was as if the beatings Zen took from Andrew and Ken had washed the impurities out of his bones completely. After a month of beatings, Zen had reached the summit of the bone refining level, and lately, he noticed that his progress had slowed down. Day after day he was becoming stronger, which meant the demand for that warm current kept increasing. Very soon those children's beatings wouldn't be able to satisfy his body. Now, the beating he just received was turning into a warm current, flooding his body and washing out what remained of the impurities in his bones. Every bone was refined and strengthened. Savoring the spiritual feeling, he became reinvigorated as though he was in tune with his bones and each of them was at his command. As his bones became refined and stronger, Zen's breathing changed too. Every inhalation and exhalation now took half time more than before. He now could take a very long breath. With each breath, his body was cleansing itself. This was the sign he had achieved the level of organ refining. As the strong power rushed through his body, his heart was singing with joy, but he managed to keep a straight face, giving nothing away. "Well, you are a tough one. Let's see how well you hold up with a few hours of interrogation." Closing in on Zen again, Ken intended to capture him this time. At that moment, things took an unexpected turn. The instant Ken got close enough, Zen's fist shot out as fast as a lightning bolt at Ken. The blow came out of the blue, catching Ken full in the face. When Zen entered the organ refining level, he gained better control of his bones and was able to summon more strength than earlier. But since Ken was unaware of it, he underestimated Zen's capability. The blow Zen delivered sent Ken flying back 30 feet. He landed heavily on the floor and rolled several times before he was able to regain his balance and scramble back to his feet. You are in the organ refining level," said Ken while pressing his hand tightly against his chest and blood gushed out of his mouth. There was disbelief written all over his face. Zen sneered coldly at him. Glancing over at the rest of the men, he challenged, "Who else dares to try and stop me?" Standing straighter, Zen no longer masked his power. Silence fell over the yard, no one moved or even breathed for fear of making a sound. Since Ken was no match for him, who else could stand a chance? From a corner came a voice, "I dare," someone said, "and will." The crowd parted and a middle-aged man stepped out. He had a charming face, was dressed in brilliant white and moved with the grace of an immortal. "Bryson Luo," spat Zen frowning when he saw the man approaching. Right at that moment, his oldest uncle, Bryson, was the last person he wanted to face. Bryson was the mastermind behind his father's death. His younger uncle Ken was just an accomplice. With Bryson's appearance, an obvious strain fell over the yard. Zen bent his knees slightly, putting every muscle and bone in his body on alert. Bryson had achieved a level far above the marrow refining level. He hadn't reached the nature level yet, but Bryson was only half a step until he reached it. Zen just reached the level of organ refining. There was the whole marrow refining level between them. It was an unbridgeable gap, and they weren't in the same league. But Zen wasn't about to give up. If he didn't have it in him to fight, he would have caved 2 years ago. Fate had pitied him, giving Zen one chance to turn his life around. He wouldn't die here. Zen had to seize the opportunity. Zen frantically pumped himself up. His desire to survive flared up inside him. Zen remained silent as he took a deep breath. Without any preamble he mustered all his strength and broke into a desperate run. But, before he could get even a 20-foot lead, a sword covered in a purple light shot out of the sky in front of him and cut deeply into the earth, blocking his way. Twisting to avoid the sword, Zen changed direction in a flash, but, as he did, another sword appeared in front of him. One after another sword plunged into the earth, blocking his way, and forcing him to step back. The expression on Zen's face was grim as he was forced to back up until he was in the spot he was before. When a person reached the nature level, life energy itself could be harnessed. Since Bryson was only half a step into the nature level, he was unable to control the life energy very well. But, the force of the energy he managed was already horrifying. With his hands clasped casually behind him, Bryson said, "I spared your life so your branch of the family line could continue. But, apparently you don't know how to behave yourself. You wounded your uncle and tried to flee from your clan. Since you want death so badly, here it is." All around swords that had been plunged into the earth swirled up into the air and shot in Zen's direction. Surrounded by swords, Zen's eyes widened. Even though his defense was as hard as a mysterious weapon, Bryson could shred him to pieces as easily as a knife could go through paper. How could he die here, like this? He wondered as frustration and anger welled up inside him. Just then, Ken broke in, "Bryson, don't kill him. Not yet. Bryson halted the swords inches from their target, and asked, why? The kid must have had some special experience. His body is much stronger than ordinary men. And you realize, Perrin and Andrew used magical pills so that they can refine faster than normal speed, but even they couldn't compare with him. Bryson aimed one sword in between Zen's eyes, and emotionlessly asked, so, what is your secret? Zen sneered. If he was doomed to die here, why should he tell them? He wouldn't say a word. At that point, the plaque hanging over the door of Luo House exploded. A bronze furnace fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a deafening clatter. The Luo children automatically covered their ears to shut out the terrible noise. The furnace hurtled down the steps, sending all the children shrieking as they took off sprinting in every direction. Who did this? Bryson snorted. All the swords changed targets and shot at the furnace that was rolling. Bang, boom, bang, clang, purple swords hit the furnace, slicing into it, each making a sharp, cracking sound. But the furnace kept hurtling closer, not slowing. When it reached the foot of the steps, it stopped and made an odd spin on the spot. Then it rolled at Zen. Seeing this, Bryson cursed and turned to grasp at Zen. The furnace was faster though. When it got close to Zen, a scrawny hand shot out and dragged him inside the metal hull. You are not going anywhere. Watching as Zen was taken by the man inside the furnace, Bryson reached out and caught the furnace by the rim, stopping it on the spot. Suddenly, the scrawny hand struck again, this time it thrust at Bryson like a sharp talon. Bryson reacted quickly, backhanding the appendage coming at him. The two hands collided, and the recoil sent Bryson stumbling back several steps. Bryson's face darkened. Evil Lan. Almost immediately an old man leaned out of the furnace. He was extremely thin, his bones standing out against the sunken skin. His head sticking out of the furnace. Evil Lan laughed, ha! Very lucky. Very lucky. This boy has a special scent. A scent that smells just like the weapons I built. He will make the perfect material for my weapon. I will take this boy. Chapter 10. Evil Weapon Refiner. Evil Lan was a weapon refiner in C County. In the eastern region, a popular profession was a weapon refiner. Most of the clans treated weapon refiners like exalted guests in the hopes that they would build many remarkable armaments for them. However, most of the clans in the eastern region loathed Evil Lan. They detested his techniques. Instead of wanting to roll out the red carpet, anyone who knew him yearned to eliminate him. There was a reason why so many people were eager to see Evil Lan dead. He used notably evil means to build his weapons. Evil Lan would pour blood from living people into his furnace while creating weaponry. Sometimes, he would even pull live people straight into his furnace like a sacrifice of some evil religion. Although several clans in the eastern region attempted to catch Evil Lan, they failed due to Evil Lan's vast power. He also happened to be as slippery as an eel. It was quite puzzling to the clan when Evil Lan showed up and grabbed Zen. Release him, Evil Lan. This kid is a member of the Luo clan, said Bryson. His guard was up because even though Bryson was just half of a step into the nature level, Evil Lan was a formidable adversary. Snickering, Evil Lan asked, why would you be pointing your swords at him if he is a member of the Luo clan? He added, I want to handle this for you since you want to kill him so badly. Don't you think it would be a better solution? Evil Lan, he is a member of my family and has rebelled against us, so, it should be me who deals with him. Anyone who dares provoke the Luo clan has a bad end. I advise you don't go against me. Bryson threatened. Floating near Evil Lan and ready to strike were swords imbued with a purple aura. If Mike Luo were here, I would hesitate. But, since it's only you. Ha ha, I don't care about you. None of the Luo clan deserves my care. Countered Evil Lan while laughing loudly. You weasel, that's complete trash. I'll kill you myself, shouted Bryson. His face was darkening with anger, and with a clear sound, the purple swords shot forward, hurtling at Evil Lan. That's rich. We'll see if you can kill me. Ha ha ha. Evil Lan jumped back into the bronze furnace. His laughter echoed sharply, as the furnace rolled over forward into the crowd of the Luo children. Seeing the huge bronze furnace plunging at them, the Luo children scattered, screaming. Several were too slow to escape, and as the furnace struck fleeing children, they bled profusely, making it impossible to know whether or not they would survive. While chasing the large metal object, Bryson manipulated the flaming purple swords, hacking at the bronze furnace. Although the swords were eminently sharp, they couldn't even make one dent in the hull and made a series of clinking sounds against the metal target. As more and more children were run down, the massive furnace created significant mayhem in the yard. After a while, the bronze furnace turned in another direction and rolled out of sight. Watching the contraption roll away, Bryson clenched his teeth. He wanted to give chase, but Ken stopped him and said, "Brother, Evil Lan is dangerous, think of what he could do. Don't go after him." "And what about that rebel, Zen?" asked Bryson flatly. Ken sneered, "That maniac, Evil Lan, is insane. When he takes someone, they end up burning to death in the bowels of his furnace, so there is no chance of survival for Zen." Glancing around, Bryson nodded. He wasn't sure why, but he had a vague sense of apprehension. Looking at Ken, he snapped, "We need to treat the injured, dispatch my medicine unit." In the yard, there were dozens of injured Luo children who had broken ribs and limbs crying in misery. Many uninjured ones looked on the scene, filled with discouragement. The ongoing feud between Zen and his uncles, Bryson and Ken, was adding to the demise of the Luo clan. When Zen's father, Mike, was still alive, evil guys such as Evil Lan never dared to cause trouble like today. Many other factors contributed to the downfall of the Luo clan. At one time, the Luo clan could boast that it was the top clan of Sea County, but it had slipped so far that the tribe wasn't even in the top 3. In the past, the Luo clan members could walk the streets, and no one dared provoke them. Now, they weren't respected or feared in town or at the compound, and at times had even to bribe the Luo clan servants to get results. None of the Luo children felt the Luo clan would be able to rise above the situation they had fallen into. Squatting in the belly of the metal furnace, Zen remained silent. Naturally, as the former young master of the clan, Zen knew about Evil Lan. His father, Mike, had told him more than once that if he caught Evil Lan, he would slash Evil Lan in half with his cyan blade sword. Zen heard about many of the monstrous atrocities that Evil Lan committed, including that he performed human sacrifices to build his weaponry. After everything else that had happened to Zen, he thought being taken hostage by Evil Lan was the worst luck. Between rolling over and over as the furnace tumbled and smelling the fusty stench of Evil Lan's body, Zen wanted to retch. After rolling on for a while, they suddenly stopped. The gleam of excitement flashed in Evil Lan's eyes as he came up and leaned in close to Zen to inhale his scent. Evil Lan questioned, "I have never come across a person with a body as special as yours. You are surreal. Your fragrance is so similar to my mysterious weapon." "You're kidding, right? Look at me, I have limbs. Touch me, and you'll see, I am flesh, just like you." "How can I be anything but a real human?" demanded Zen seriously. "I won't be helpful to you in refining weapons, and I advise you let me go," Zen calmly informed Evil Lan. Not expecting Evil Lan's nose to be so sensitive that he would be able to smell Zen's subtle scent unnerved him, but he remained calm and collected outwardly. "Ha ha ha, are you kidding? Let you go," cackled Evil Lan wildly. "Hell no, I am so excited to find someone who has a body as unique as you have. I wonder what powerful item will result from tossing you into my weapon refining furnace. I'm really looking forward to this," Evil Lan said while reaching out with chains to secure Zen's hands to the inside hull of the bronze furnace before he jumped out. Inside the metal beast, Zen lurched side to side and then began being bounced around slightly as Evil Lan lifted it off the ground, and took off running with his furnace on his back. They were moving even faster than they had been with Evil Lan inside. At least now that Zen didn't have to suffer the foul stench of Evil Lan and wasn't being tossed around, he was more comfortable. He was able to crane his head out of the bronze furnace to see the surrounding scenery. Tugging at his restraints, Zen realized they were too strong to be broken, so he knew they weren't gold or iron. As he looked around the furnace, Zen's mind whirred as he tried to think of a way to escape. The insane man wasn't even afraid of Zen's uncle, Bryson. Considering how much stronger Bryson was compared to Zen, how would he escape this? Instead of wasting energy worrying, Zen decided he would wait and see what happened. Trees were a blur to Zen, making him realize Evil Lan was running very fast, even barefoot. He could hear cawing and hooting while the trees became denser. The air was a touch cooler, and the light was dimmer, all of which told Zen they were deep in the thick forest. Eventually, it grew brighter again as they came back out of the forest. Craning his neck, Zen saw a cliff rising in front of them, and quickly coming closer. But Evil Lan wasn't stopping or slowing down, and when they came to the precipice, he clutched the bronze furnace tighter as he flung himself over the edge. "Incredible, how will we survive jumping off the cliff?" wondered Zen. Terrified, Zen grasped the chains in the bronze furnace. Suddenly, he lurched to a stop, telling him they weren't falling anymore. Clinging to the furnace with his right hand, Evil Lan grasped one stone after another with his left hand from a mass of thorn-like rocks protruding from the cliff as he descended the face of the mountain. Midway down the cliff was a towering tree. Evil Lan stepped onto a sturdy, twisted part of the trunk and reached out his free hand to move the thick branches, revealing the opening of a large cave. The mouth of the cave was so small that the bronze furnace could barely make it through, but as they went deeper into it, space opened up and became more extensive. No wonder Evil Lan has successfully escaped every attack clans in the Sea County launched. This secret place is obscure. It's perfect, Zen considered. Deeper in the cave, the ceiling was dozens of feet higher. The walls were shimmering with dark red glowing light. Flames radiated faintly from the ground, making it the perfect place for refining weapons. In the center was a dark weapon refining furnace on 4 legs. 8 spikes protruded from the wall, and there was a person skewered on each. The blood was being slowly drained as the victims hung off the spikes. The horrific sight of the emaciated, almost skeletal people turned Zen's stomach. Although they appeared to be dead, the abdomens heaved as they breathed. They were living people. Not far from the furnace were about a dozen cast iron cages, 3 feet wide, holding 1 person each. Most of them had a dull look in their eyes and were curled up, shivering uncontrollably. It was apparent that Evil Lan was more despicable than people said. Zen was stunned at Evil Lan's methodology. Thud, the bronze furnace hit the ground. Evil Lan climbed into it, sniffing like an animal at Zen's flesh. Smirking like the Cheshire Cat, he gloated, "I figured if I used flesh and blood to refine weapons and sealed in the grudges of people, then the mysterious weapon's power would increase with those strong hatreds in it." Evil Lan added, "With your flesh and blood smelling so similar to the mysterious weapon, putting your body into the furnace with my hellfire sword to refine, will likely transform the sword into a spiritual weapon." Chapter 11, Refining the Body with Fire. As a level 1 weapons refiner, Evil Lan always refined weapons using very sinister refining methods, and it was those same principles he employed to create 3 mysterious weapons of the highest caliber. Although Evil Lan was impressed with them all, he was proudest of Fire Sword, one of the top 3 he produced. Hungry as he was, Evil Lan wanted to refine something stronger than mysterious weapons. His greatest ambition was to perfect some beyond that. He aspired to create spiritual weaponry. Currently, in the world, graded weapons were worth a big fortune, which only proved how desirable they were. Spiritual weaponry was much more valuable. As one of the powerful and wealthy families in Sea County, the Luo clan possessed only one top-grade mysterious weapon, the Green Wind Rider's sword, which belonged to Zen's father, Mike Luo. The first-rate enigmatic sword had no equal in the Sea County, and Mike rarely used it. So, most of the time, it was well kept in a top-secret spot at the Luo clan, which only served to make the sword appear more incomprehensible. It was a highly sought treasure. Since killing Mike, Bryson Luo had been searching for the unique sword, but his efforts had been in vain so far, with no trace or clues to where it might be found. Although the sword was the highest quality for mysterious weapons, it was not a spiritual weapon after all. Every clan vied to own one. However, if an individual from an ordinary family were to obtain even one spiritual weapon, it would be devastating not only for the person who had it but for the entire clan. If someone in the Luo clan were to get a hold of one, the weapon would have to be obediently handed over, or catastrophe would befall the whole family. Along with cons, there were pros to owning a spiritual weapon, and they brought equally wondrous treasure as they did devastation. The special qualities the spiritual weapons could be imbued with varied, and some possessed the ability to accelerate the speed kung fu was learned, while others improved the owner's combat skills exponentially. The remarkable abilities they each held made people greedily try to secure them despite the possibility of ruin to their entire family tree. While Zen listened to Evil Lan, he smiled bitterly. Zen's voice dripped with cynicism as he said, "Crucial components to optimal weapons refinery are the best materials and the hottest fires. Since you lack either, there's no way to refine the most perfect treasure. These are universal principles to refining weapons, which I'm sure you understand better than I do. So, it's difficult to understand how you expect to be able to refine a spiritual weapon using only my flesh and blood. You can't be serious. That's beyond ridiculous." Although there was a time when Zen was able to indulge in reading books on many topics, including ones about alchemy and the known weapon refining theories, he wasn't very knowledgeable about either alchemy or weapons refinery. Zen was so obsessed with mastering martial arts that he didn't pay any particular attention to other matters. However, with the situation he was in now, he was desperate, and if there was even just the slightest flicker of hope to persuade Evil Lan to change his mind, he would take it. Well, it appears you grasp a little information concerning refining weapons. No matter what, it won't help you, spat Evil Lan contemptuously. Evil Lan was busily unlatching the chains from the inside of the furnace as he spoke. When he had the clanking chains freed, he yanked hard, making Zen stumble after the insane man. Evil Lan pulled Zen out of the copper furnace, and when Evil Lan hurled him into a nearby cage, he made a deafening thud sound that echoed through the cavern as he landed heavily. Looking up at his captor as he was propelled into the small metal prison, Zen saw a smile growing on Evil Lan's face as he proclaimed, "The rare, precious materials I require are too far away and I am not strong enough to procure them. The fire I am using is second-rate. To be able to cultivate a spiritual weapon, I have to utilize a more creative route and employ dark magic since it is the only chance I will have in producing a spiritual weapon. Throwing you in the weapon refining furnace is merely another step to refining the spiritual weapon. Hey, let's hope for the best. After all, your flesh and blood are very special indeed. Who knows, maybe I will be lucky as always. Let's hope for the best." This was a truth every weapon refiner believed, and the phrase they uttered worldwide. No one would deny that refining weapons with fire relied on 90% strength and 10% luck. To most people, it would seem that luck did not play much of a factor in the process. Still, some weapon refiners created some of the best treasures because of that 10% luck. Others, however, spent a lifetime following the standard rules, only to end up with nothing to show for their work. In the long run, it all came down to fortune, and some refiners had none or ran out of their luck. From that angle, luck was slightly relevant while at the same time, it might be considered the most critical part of the whole process. Weapon refiners would say, "Let's hope for the best," while refining the weapons because in their hearts, luck was important. The tradition was the same as uttering, "God bless us," which was used by some religious factions. As he thought about everything, Zen couldn't believe how his life came down to just being a gamble on luck to Evil Lan. A profound unwillingness to accept the reality arose in Zen's heart, but he laughed bitterly to himself, thinking, "There's nothing I can do to change this." All he could do was sit there and blame himself for being too weak. Although Zen was making fast progress in the past month, and he was able to improve from the flesh refining level to the organ refining level, it wasn't enough. Add to that, the fact that there was still a considerable gap between how far along he'd progressed next to what Evil Lan and Bryson could do. His growth had been too slow. Fate could be a cruel mistress. It was only recently, Zen had finally gotten the chance to hone his skills, practice and strengthen himself, and he was hopeful that he could go so much further, becoming more powerful. Now, he was at the mercy of Evil Lan, and his situation was desperate. While Zen bemoaned his predicament, Evil Lan was busy in the cave. Whatever he was preparing, it took a long time and was loud. First, Evil Lan was in the corner, hammering away, and then he disappeared into the weapon refining furnace carrying some object. Zen couldn't see what he was doing in there. After a while, Evil Lan came out, sat in front of the stove in an odd pose and clapped his hands. As Evil Lan sat clapping, the dark weapon refining furnace was lit up. Complex yet elegant runes appeared one after another, as though blooming along the surface of the furnace wall, emitting a dazzling red glow, and lighting up the entire cave. Hanging, skewered by spears on the walls, living creatures contorted in pain. Their anguished screams filled the room as their blood flowed along the spikes, while it was all sucked into the weapon refining furnace. The blood flowed along the currents on the weapon refining furnace wall and filled the fragments, making the red light more vivid and fascinating. After he fired up the furnace, Evil Lan picked up a sword. The black and white sword in Evil Lan's hands must be Fire Sword, which was a top grade of the mysterious weapon. Evil Lan held Fire Sword for a while, gazing with pride and tenderness like the cold metal object were a son. His eyes softened, and his stance relaxed as he stroked it as though he were touching a lover. Watching the scene unnoticed from the off to the side, Zen observed Evil Lan's reaction. It startled Zen to see such fondness on such an evil face. Zen's heart lurched, and he had an unshakable feeling that trouble lay ahead. Evil Lan was a madman. After taking his time polishing the mysterious weapon, Evil Lan turned his head toward Zen. There was a peculiar smile on his face, and he gave Zen an odd look. He walked over, and as he pulled Zen out of the cage, he said, "You should feel honored to be integrated into my Hellfire Sword." Realizing it was senseless to respond to this madman, Evil Lan, Zen just shook his head slowly and followed his insane captor. Given how much more powerful Evil Lan was, Zen thought of himself as unlucky. Seeing no way out, Zen sighed, thinking that soon he would be consumed by the fire until nothing but ashes remained. It was a pity that his hatred had not been reported, and he was not even capable of revenge. Zen was helpless to anything and felt resentment at the injustice of God. Dang, his weak skills. At least he wouldn't make it easy for Evil Lan, who had to drag Zen the entire way. They stopped in front of the weapon refining furnace, and Evil Lan repositioned himself before forcing Zen into the furnace. Within the bowels of the refinery, the hearth was dark, all Zen could see were remnants burning in the fire, and a table sitting in the center of the furnace. Coming in behind Zen, Evil Lan placed his perdition fire sword on the table, turned, giving Zen a ruthless smile before leaving. When Evil Lan reached the mouth of the furnace, he stopped suddenly as though he'd forgotten something. He turned back, and with a flick of his fingers, some yellow powder appeared and covered Zen. As Zen breathed in, he inhaled a small amount of the fragrant yellow powder, and even though it was a tiny portion, it made Zen feel weak all over. He recognized the dust as the bone-smashing powder with 10 flavors. This was a truly vile drug that overpowered a victim, paralyzing tendons, muscles, and bones in a short time, resulting in weak limbs. Rather than give up and be burned alive, Zen had decided that at the chance, he would steal Fire Sword, smash the weapon's refining furnace and do all he could to defeat Evil Lan. Dang it all to perdition, he thought, as he watched his plan go up in smoke, all because of the cursed bone-smashing powder with 10 flavors. Zen felt like his body turning weak, soft, and worse, it affected his internal life energy, leaving him unable to lift a finger. Is this it? Does my life end here? Once a predator, now the prey. I have only myself to blame for being this weak. My flaw was I let myself be bullied, and now I can't even reconcile myself with events. He gritted his teeth, and a desperate look was on his face. In the midst of his thoughts, a flame burst up in the middle of the weapon's refining furnace. The bright, yellow flames reminded Zen of a fiery yellow lotus, and Zen realized they must be the fire of Evil Lan. The fire spread almost instantly when it appeared, filling the space of the weapon refining furnace. Zen felt the heat on his face, and quickly realized he was enveloped in the flames. Zle. He heard the sound as his clothes ignited, and instantly burned to ashes. As the flames engulfed his flesh, he felt the heat, and as he began to sweat, Zen shut his eyes, bit down, preparing for pain. After what felt like a long time, he didn't feel any pain and wondered, what's going on? That's strange. There was a slight amount of heat, not even enough to make him feel more than minor discomfort. Questioning the lack of sensations thoroughly confused Zen, and his eyes flew open so he could see. When he looked down, he saw that although he was nude because his clothes were turned to ashes, his body was intact. Not only that, but his hair wasn't even singed. Zen was thoroughly confused. Is it because I am not afraid of the burning fire? He whispered. An idea came to mind suddenly. It was a long shot, but Zen was desperate since he thought he was going to die. He filled his heart with ecstasy. Although he wasn't sure, what he was witnessing now was related to the unbelievable scene that happened the day he was in the cellar. Zen knew something incredible occurred after that. Is it because I am actually a mysterious weapon, that the fire is not burning me? He wondered as the fire outside of the furnace grew higher. Golden flames were constantly shooting through the air, shifting into large invisible hands and pummeling Zen as they neared him. More flames were doing the same to Fire Sword lying on the table simultaneously. The greater the fire grew, the hotter Zen was, and yet, oddly, he still only felt a twinge of irritation. Unlike Zen, Fire Sword was affected, and as the body and hilt of the sword glowed red as the metal heated, the black and white runes along the sword's length sparkled with a peculiar gleam, as though it was absorbing the fire's energy. While refining a weapon, the most important element of the process is controlling when to burn it with fire, and then infusing the fire's energy into the sword while it is red hot. What an interesting and unique method. Now, the flames are engulfing Fire Sword, here and there. Zen contemplated silently. It was notable to mention that although Zen was within the furnace, engulfed in flames himself, he was watching the refining process in its entirety with interest. While Zen stood there in the midst, mesmerized by the refining process, Evil Lan's surprised voice came from outside the large kiln. Clearly, he sensed something unusual. Since the process had continued long enough for the hot flames to burn Fire Sword into malleable glowing metal, Evil Lan expected Zen to be ashes, but, when he looked in and saw an unscathed Zen, Evil Lan wondered, how can the young man still be alive? Although the boy is human, he carries the scent of a mysterious weapon. Something must be wrong. I wonder, could it be that the boy is as strong as a piece of mysterious weapon? Thinking of the possibility excited Evil Lan, and his face lit up. Given the fact that he never used established techniques, preferring to employ more sinister methods, Evil Lan relished this. The more bizarre the material, the more he savored it. As a matter of fact, he incorporated the raw elements of yin and yang into his beloved Hellfire sword. Now, considering that yin and yang were opposing principles by nature, weapon refiners would usually avoid combining these two materials together. However, Evil Lan went against the well-known procedures and supplies, to refine his first-class mysterious weapon, and his method proved suitable, luckily. All due to his hope for the best. Seeing the strange power Zen possessed thrilled him that much more. While the fire he had burning was second grade, it was still 10 times more powerful than a general fire. Even his fire didn't harm the young man. Evil Lan was absolutely thrilled. Observing the young man standing there as flames continued to lick his unharmed skin, Evil Lan was both pleasantly surprised and depressed at the time. Obviously, Zen's body was a great treasure that didn't fear the fire, or had his black magic failed him. What should he do now? After pondering over it for a while, Evil Lan reached into his pocket and he took a pill out. The pill was blue-gray with striations reminiscent of flame on the surface of the medicine. The fire-melting pill, Evil Lan exclaimed. This third-grade pill was worth a city, and it could raise a fire to the next level in a short period of time. To get this one pill, he exchanged a top-rate mysterious weapon which disturbed him for a long time. Not willing to waste the precious fire-melting pill, Evil Lan had kept it for many years now. Hesitation filled his eyes as he turned it over, and he knew utilizing it today could be quite a gamble as he rolled it between his fingers and considered whether or not he should. Reminding himself, Evil Lan thought, each time I took a big gamble, I successfully forged a prime mysterious weapon. This time, if I win the bet, it will raise the treble fire sword to a higher level. Possibly, even making it a spiritual weapon. As soon as the thought popped into his mind, Evil Lan's heart thudded hard against the walls of his chest in anticipation. Evil Lan didn't need any further encouragement to pop the fire-melting pill into his mouth, excitedly, believing he would be as successful this time as he had been previously. As soon as Evil Lan swallowed the fire-melting pill, his throat was as hot as the blazing fire. While fire spurted from his eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth, he roared. The fire within now flowed through his body until it jetted from him and into the weapon-refining furnace. Thanks to the power of the fire-melting pill, Evil Lan's fire was much stronger and had increased by 1 rank. As it blazed, the entire cave was full of exceptional heat, and the living people in his many cages far from the heat burned, filling the cave with the screams of tortured victims and smells of flesh crisping. Chapter 12. Black Flames and Dragon Scales. The vivid yellow lotus flames became unusual golden red, and each flare emitted intense heat. Since the fire's strength had grown steeply, it would be impossible to withstand, and Zen's face paled as he watched the red lotus flames shot at him. As expected, the fire was far more potent than it was earlier. Searing pain coursed through Zen as the golden red flames slammed him. Just like the day he was in the cellar, Zen's body inexplicably turned to dark red. Usually, any average person ravaged in such a high-temperature fire would mummify as the moisture sizzled into the air, leaving the dried husk burning until it exploded, raining ashes and soot everywhere. However, Zen's body was anything but average. Instead of being destroyed by the lotus flames, he slowly turned red-hot, glowing like an excellent mysterious weapon. Small golden foils that lay deep in Zen's skin were drawn out and hovering over his skin. Now covered in gilded shimmering fragments, Zen's entire body sparkled brilliantly gleaming. While his body glowed bright red, the golden flecks became ornate obscure tadpole text and spun. The speed they spun increased faster and faster at a hypnotic rate until, unexpectedly, small whirlpools formed on the surface of Zen's skin. As the whirlpools grew, the suction they produced drew the lotus flames from the furnace to Zen and sucked into the whirlpools. The fire was refining his body. Surprisingly, his body drove all the fire into him. One after another, flames were absorbed into Zen's body through every pore on him, including his arms, legs, and neck. It was more excruciating than any pain he had experienced of his flesh. As the lotus flames went through his skin, they burned every inch from outside to the inside of him. To endure the searing pain, Zen clenched his mouth. What he sustained physically was mild compared to what his soul had suffered from the black flame back when he was in the cellar. Zen felt the toxic bone-smashing powder with 10 flavors gradually fading beneath the burning fires. While his body reacted to the flames, Zen felt a giant furnace come to life in his mind. It had always been there, dormant and quiet until touched by the black flame. Suddenly, the calm furnace blazed out of control, flames growing and blazing. The flames hit Zen's consciousness and flashed out his brows. There in front of Zen, the black flame appeared like a living creature. An odd cry ripped from the black flame when it emerged before it rushed at Fire Sword. When Fire Sword was forged by Evil Lan, it glowed red as though it was sitting in a blazing fire for a long time. As soon as the black flame touched this allegedly top-grade, priceless mysterious weapon, Fire Sword, it melted instantly, leaving a few drops of hot metal where it had been laid. A look of shock was on Zen's face when he saw the power of the black flame, and he wondered, what is this black flame? How can it wreak such horror? After Fire Sword melted, the eerie flames rolled the iron that remained before vanishing into Zen's sea of consciousness. Panic swept over him. He knew his body was as hard as a mysterious weapon, however, he couldn't put the molten metal in his head, could he? It astonished Zen that he was fine, and could see in his mind that the black flame sent the drops of iron to the cyan dragon on the wall of the ancient tripod. In his mind, the large vessel was decorated by 9 dragons with their eyes closed, except the cyan dragon. As Zen watched, he saw the dragon lift its head, roar loudly and consume the drops of iron. After swallowing the iron drops, magical changes occurred, and the dragon's dull gray scales changed. A single scale on the dragon's tail began emitting a green brilliance, giving it the appearance of a flawless emerald. It was unexpected when the remnants from Fire Sword activated a scale of the dragon engraving. What Zen was seeing unfold in his mind amazed him. Simultaneously, Zen felt a surge from the scale, and strength flooding into his body. His vigor increased radically because of the scale, and Zen could feel the intense power as it grew. All the events left Zen wondering, is it feasible for me to activate many, or even all of the dragon's scales while the black flame devours more mysterious weapons? That's it. Yes, that's it. Zen's face brimmed with ecstasy as he put the pieces together. His experience being forged in the fires of the kiln gave Zen a deeper understanding of the great furnace. If one dragon scale forcibly increased his power several times, what would happen if tens of thousands of the cyan dragon scales were all stimulated? Not only the cyan dragon but, above that dragon, he saw white, purple, black and blue dragons. Counting 9 dragons carved into the great furnace left Zen wondering, how incredible his might would be if he stimulated the scales of all of them. Zen wet his lips nervously and shook his head, struggling to wrap his head around the fantastic idea. This was all so far beyond his vision. As he pondered what he knew, he realized how difficult it was to trigger the dragon scales. According to Evil Lan, Fire Sword was a topmost mysterious weapon and extremely valuable. Since it was only the essence of such a treasure that initiated a single dragon scale, Zen imagined how many it would take to light up thousands of them. Even if all the treasures in the entire eastern region were smelted, it would barely light up all the cyan dragon's scales, and not even touch the other 8 dragons above the cyan dragon. Concluded Zen silently as he discerned. He needed to analyze everything thoroughly and not act hastily. Determined to guard himself against arrogance and impatience, Zen sat cross-legged in the blazing fire, as the golden whirlpools on his skin sucked in more lotus flames, and continued to forge his body. Outside the furnace, Evil Lan was looking in, with an expression of doubt as he watched the strange scene. Unable to sense the presence of his perdition Fire Sword anymore, he wondered if it had been merged into the boy. Evil Lan couldn't sense the boy's life energy either though. Noticing that the fires he released into the furnace were dwindling, Evil Lan was curious about what was going on in there. Maybe, he managed to create his spiritual weapon. Was it possible he succeeded? As every weapon refiner knew, when the refining process neared completion, it entered the condensing stage, which was when the treasure absorbed a large quantity of fire before it came out. The amount of fire consumed during the condensing stage varied depending on the rank of the treasure. The higher the level, the more fire the weapon would devour. Thinking back to when he forged Fire Sword, Evil Lan remembered that during the condensing stage it absorbed fire for 2 hours before it was completed. 3 hours had already passed today. Since the higher the class of the weapon meant the more fire it needed to absorb in the condensing stage, and therefore the more time it took, Evil Lan thought it was highly likely that the new treasure in the furnace was a spiritual weapon. Thinking about it excited Evil Lan, and his heart suddenly started racing as he concluded, yes. It has to be. Only a spiritual weapon can absorb as much fire as this throughout the condensation process. Without hesitation, Evil Lan immediately breathed more fire from his body into the furnace immediately. Though Evil Lan sent a ton of fire into the furnace, it appeared there was a small black hole in the furnace which devoured as much fire as Evil Lan sent in. 6 hours later, Evil Lan was panting and drenched in sweat. As a weapon refiner, Evil Lan was further along than other refiners and maintained more control over fire than the others his rank. While being a half step into the nature level, releasing too much fire at once was still difficult for him. At the same time, Evil Lan was concerned about whether or not he had done enough. A weapon refiner knew precisely how vital the condensing stage was. If he didn't correctly refine the weapon during the condensing stage, the weapon within the furnace wouldn't be forged successfully. Impatient as he was, Evil Lan could only grit his teeth as he waited and fed the dying fires. 20 hours later, squeezing the final fires out of his body, when Evil Lan couldn't keep himself up anymore, he plopped down to the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. He sat slumped on the ground gulping in air and recovering for some time, and then, he got up slowly. Evil Lan took several black pills out and popped them into his mouth. It wasn't too long for him to feel rejuvenated, and replenished after he swallowed the pills and headed for the furnace. Still unsure whether or not he had succeeded, Evil Lan had a puzzled look on his face as he stood in front of the furnace. Reaching out tentatively, Evil Lan turned the handle and opened the door. He could not sense anything still, which gave him an unsettling sensation. Just as the door swung open fully, a golden fist slammed into his face with the brutal force. Chapter 13, Freedom. Since Evil Lan had been half-step into the nature level, he reacted promptly to danger. Faced with an oncoming punch from Zen, he pedaled his feet and quickly flew back to elude the blow. However, Zen was quicker. His fist made contact with Evil Lan's body. Since Evil Lan had moved backward, the movement had offset some of the power from Zen. Upon impact, however, Evil Lan's face suddenly became red, veins throbbed on his forehead, and his blood rushed around. Evil Lan spat out the blood pooling in his mouth. He stared at Zen before saying, "You are still alive." "Well, thanks to you, I am not dead yet," Zen replied. With fists clenched, Zen remained outwardly composed. However, his chest heaved with the effort to control the fear surging through him. Zen had just stepped into the organ refining level, and he could withstand a weight of 3,000 pounds. Moreover, with the dragon scale on the cyan dragon relief, his strength could be tripled. Since he had planned to catch Evil Lan off guard, Zen's punch carried almost all of his full strength. He hadn't expected that Evil Lan would react so promptly. He had almost avoided being hit by Zen's punch. Evil Lan was even more shocked than Zen. This young man is just at the beginning of the organ refining level. Logically, my strength is superior to him. I should have no trouble killing him. But his strength increased rapidly after he emerged from the weapon refining furnace. Could this be human refining? What is going on? Evil Lan frowned in confusion as he thought about what had just happened. If he hadn't been quick enough, Evil Lan might have been killed by the first punch thrown by this young man. That would be an unbearable shame to Evil Lan. That could not happen again. "Where is Fire Sword?" Evil Lan asked. Although Evil Lan had many things to worry about, the whereabouts of his sword concerned him the most. Zen lifted his shoulders and spread his hands. A smile stretched across Zen's face, exposing 2 rows of white teeth. Then he said, "You don't know. Apparently, I ate it." "You ate it? You are lying to me," Evil Lan roared. His eyes widened, and an expression of total disbelief filled his face. Fire Sword was a top-grade mysterious weapon. How could it have been eaten? That too by a person. A human stomach could not digest a sword, let alone a mysterious one. Evil Lan's eyes roamed over Zen. The young man was completely naked. There was no place to hide Fire Sword. The weapon refining furnace was also empty. Since the sword was nowhere to be found, Evil Lan was certain that Zen had done something to it. But all other factors concluded otherwise. And yet, Evil Lan couldn't believe Zen. He screamed with anger, "Where is my Hellfire Sword? I'm not kidding. I really did eat it," said Zen. Zen was telling the truth. Fire Sword had turned into hot metal essence by the black flame. Then the cyan dragon in his mind had swallowed it. In other words, it had indeed been eaten by him. "Well, since you say that you ate Fire Sword, I will open your body to see if it is inside your stomach or not," said Evil Lan viciously. As soon as Evil Lan finished speaking, his body moved rapidly, and his hands, like dead branches, flew toward Zen's chest. He was going to rip open Zen's stomach with his bare hands. Of course, Zen wouldn't just stand still and wait for Evil Lan to kill him. After staying inside the weapon refining furnace for such a long time, Zen felt as though his physical strength had increased to another level again. His body felt as strong as a middle-grade mysterious weapon. He shuffled his feet lightly to invigorate the life energy inside his body. Soon his bones rattled and the sound, as loud as thunder, echoed in the caves. Purple fist strength. He would have to fight Evil Lan. Zen was not weak. His body had become a mysterious weapon, and so, he was confident of his abilities. And the fire from Evil Lan had calcinated his body further. As for strength, although Zen was only at the beginning of the organ refining level, with the help of the awakening power of the dragon scale, he could beat someone who was half step into the nature level. He could by no means allow himself to be trampled upon. What was more, Evil Lan had been burning him for 20 hours. That was nearly a whole day and a night. After 20 hours of weapon refining, Zen thought that Evil Lan's strength might have diminished and he would be like a spent arrow. The moment the two men were about to fight head-on, Evil Lan moved aside quickly, his body drawing an arc in the air. And then he brought down his arm, as swiftly and precisely as a sword. Flame sword. Ping. Evil Lan was indeed strong and powerful since he had been half-step into the nature level. His attack was also fueled with the burning power of his life fire. His hand tore open a crack in Zen's skin like a sword would do. They both were shocked. What surprised Evil Lan was that Zen's body was unusually hard. Evil Lan's attack had managed to open only a crack on Zen's skin. From what he could remember, even the bodies of special races on the savage land were not as hard as Zen's. His flame sword contained the strength of his fire. The force he used could rive the muscles of iron. But the moment that his sword cut through Zen's body and touched Zen's bones, a sound like that of steel colliding could be heard. What happened? Is the young man's body a mysterious weapon? Thought Evil Lan. What surprised Zen was that Evil Lan had been agile enough to escape. No matter how hard Zen tried, he could not even capture Evil Lan's shadow. This frustrated Zen. Despite being at the organ refining level, you are physically hard. Nonetheless, you are going to die here today. I will refine your body when you die to compensate for my losses," said Evil Lan. With these words, he swooped toward Zen with a burst of shadows. Ping! The sword cut Zen. Another incision was seen on him. A moment later, blood gushed from Zen's wound. Bang! Bump! Every time Evil Lan attacked him, a terrible wound could be seen on Zen's body. The situation was disheartening for Zen. Although he was physically strong, he was not as fast as Evil Lan. With the advantage of speed on Evil Lan's side, Zen felt that there was a very real chance that Evil Lan might kill him. In this case, he had no choice but to take a risk. All of a sudden, Zen closed his eyes, and his arms fell to his sides. It seemed as though he had been defeated. Since he couldn't catch Evil Lan, it was useless to keep trying. Giving up so soon, poor young man, Evil Lan said contemptuously. Evil Lan was battle-hardened. When he saw that Zen had given up resisting, he raised an eyebrow. He knew better than to drop his guard for even a second. Without any hesitation, he continued to slash Zen at very high speed. 2 more wounds were seen on Zen. Hey, let me see what else can you endure," Evil Lan continued. His shrill laugh echoed off the walls as he lunged at Zen again. This time he seemed to slash at Zen one more time. Just as he neared Zen, Evil Lan changed direction and went round to Zen's back. Then his hands burst with blossoming lotus fire. With another shrill laugh, Evil Lan approached Zen again. This time, he aimed for Zen's head. He was going to rip Zen's head off. The right time is coming, Zen thought. When Evil Lan was only seconds away, Zen suddenly opened his eyes. He had been patiently waiting for this opportunity. Before Evil Lan could land his attack, Zen covered his head with his arms. The moment Evil Lan touched Zen's arms, the young man grasped and squeezed Evil Lan's arms. At the same time, he firmly clasped Evil Lan's skinny arms. After that, Zen shouted, "Get off my back." Bump! Zen threw Evil Lan to the ground with all of his strength. Although the cave was made up of hard stone, it could not withstand this enormous momentum. Under the impact of the explosion, the ground was torn apart, and in the middle of the huge hole lay Evil Lan. Dazed, Evil Lan took a moment to compose himself before struggling to climb out of the hole. Zen, however, simply did not give him the opportunity. This crazy man is very strong and fast. If I let him climb out of this hole, I may not be able to catch him again. Opportunity knocks only once. I can't give him a chance, Zen rationalized. Zen was like a mad beast. He squatted over Evil Lan and unleashed at least a dozen punches in quick succession. The strength of each punch thrown by Zen weighed about thousands of pounds. He panted from the exertion. After wiping his brow, Zen looked at Evil Lan, who was lying in the rubble in the hole. Zen narrowed his eyes when he felt as though Evil Lan was no longer breathing. He had beaten someone who was halfway to mastering the nature level. Considering that Zen only had the strength of a person at the organ refining level, this was undoubtedly a very difficult feat. Evil Lan had depleted the fire inside his body, as he had been refining for nearly a day and a night. And then, he had been attacked by Zen. In this case, he had still counterattacked successfully. If Zen reacted a little slower, his neck would have been broken by Evil Lan. In that case, Zen would have died, not Evil Lan. Life was so unpredictable, it was impossible to figure out when and where disaster would strike. It took a moment for the development to sink in. Zen had just defeated a notorious nature-level master, with his bare hands. Zen congratulated himself before calming down. He needed to check the 8 living people pinned to the weapon refining furnace. When Zen began walking toward them, it looked like they were dead. It almost seemed as though their flesh and blood had been sucked away from their bones. When he went to investigate the iron cages closer, Zen saw that those people had been burned to death by Evil Lan's fire. Their bodies looked so horrible that Zen closed his eyes and turned away. Poor people. Zen silently mourned for the people in his heart. After composing himself, Zen began wandering around the vast cave. Although he had examined the cave twice now, he saw nothing of value except some broken copper and iron. Now in the center of the cave, Zen frowned as he thought about what he had found. If a general weapon refiner was wealthy, then an established weapon refiner like Evil Lan could not be so poor. There must be some treasures. After searching for a while longer, a thought occurred to Zen. He rushed to the hole and dragged Evil Lan's body out. Evil Lan's body had now become a skeleton. There was not a single part of the body that was left intact. Zen's gaze fell on Evil Lan's right hand. On the middle finger was a black ring. An idea spurred Zen to reach for the ring from Evil Lan's middle finger. However, as soon as Zen touched the ring, a sense of coolness enveloped his fingers. Sure enough, this was a space ring. The space ring was indeed special. As the name implied, the ring contained a space in it. A space where a person could hide something of value. This kind of space ring was an incredible one. Even though it looked like a small space ring, and the storage space was also small, the value could be comparable to that of a top-grade mysterious weapon. No one had ever owned such a treasure in the Luo clan. Although Zen had never seen a real one-space ring before, he had learned about such magical items from books. Since Evil Lan was now dead and his soul had vanished, this space ring had become an object without a master. That meant that Zen could be the master of this space ring. Something clicked in his mind, and Zen felt his spirit merging with the cold spirit that had come from the space ring. Then Zen saw all the things Evil Lan had saved in the ring. The space inside the space ring was not large. He estimated that the space was no larger than a few square meters. This was surprisingly little for a space ring. However, there were many treasures inside. Evil Lan had stored in the ring various precious ores used in weapon refining. This included pure iron, red seal stone, blood amber steel, and many others. They had all been piled up neatly in the corner. These ores were certainly very precious treasures for weapon refiners. They were also very expensive. Zen estimated that he could sell them for a good price. Beside the ores, there were also semi-transparent spars. Spars were also known as cubic crystals. Zen knew this from his studies as well. This kind of cubic crystal was the real currency in the empire. Gold and silver were common people's currency, and they used it for trading. But for the cultivators, gold was as worthless as dirt. But cubic crystals were different. Although these cubic crystals seemed like the regular kind, they could store pure life energy, which was a must for masters at the nature level. Because cubic crystals were easy to cut and carry, they had gradually become the preferred currency of the world of cultivators. Zen estimated that there were hundreds of cubic crystals in the ring. This was a considerable sum. So Evil Lan was not poor. In addition, there were other treasures such as a long sword with demonic gleam, a bloody red hammer, etc. The grade of these treasures was not low. Since Zen was not a specialist, he gauged that they were probably middle-grade mysterious weapons. On the other side of the space ring, there were a variety of refining books, as well as some unknown pills. While all these treasures and seemingly common items had been placed together, in an unorganized pile, a knife that lay hidden in the pile caught Zen's attention. The knife appeared to be very old. The surface of the knife was pitted, and the handle was broken. Even though the blade of the knife was completely rolled up, Zen could see that in some places it was charred. Despite its appearance, Zen felt as though the knife had a very special magic power. It was this special magic power that had a strong attraction to Zen. This broken knife was definitely precious. Maybe it would be of some use to him. Thinking of that, Zen reached in and took the broken knife out of the space ring. Then he examined it carefully. The longer he held it, Zen felt as though the knife was becoming clearer and sharper. After a while, it looked as if it could cut anything in the world. What a knife! The knife, even though broken, still had a strong flavor. Its grade must be unimaginably high. Surely Evil Lan also knew that this knife was not a common object. Probably he hadn't found a good way to fix this knife till now. No wonder he had saved it inside the space ring. Since Evil Lan couldn't fix it, I am afraid that I have no way to fix it either. Zen told himself. After playing around the knife for a while, he put it back into the space ring and walked out of the cave. He followed the long winding path, all the way to the outermost part of the cave. Once there, Zen stepped on the big tree and began to climb. He needed to get to the top of the cliff. There was a handrail alongside the cliff section, which saved him a lot of effort. After borrowing force from the handrail several times, Zen quickly reached the top of the cliff. Once on top of the cliff, Zen took a deep breath of fresh air and bathed in the warm sunshine. A big smile finally lit up his face. He had been lucky to leave the Luo clan safely, escape from Evil Lan, and get so many treasures from Evil Lan. More importantly, he had attained his freedom. After being a prisoner in the cellar of the Luo clan for 2 years, Zen had finally escaped. He was free, he could go anywhere he wanted. He looked to his right and then dashed forward. Although he was in a good mood, Zen was not intoxicated by it. He knew that he had more important things to do. His next destination was the imperial capital. More specifically, he had to reach the center of the legendary Burning Sky Empire, as that was where Cloud Sect was located. And his sister Yan was trapped mountain at Cloud Sect. Chapter 14, The Imperial Capital. After traversing towering mountains and rolling hills, hiking over plains, passing many cities and various counties, Zen finally arrived in the imperial capital. Standing in front of the high golden gate of the city, Zen was in awe. His mouth fell open in a silent, wow, because he had thought that the Sea County was a large city. And he was surprised to see this golden gate which was several hundred feet high. Having read many books on the imperial capital, in which writers elaborated on the grandeur of the capital, Zen was mentally prepared for the magnificence and luxury of the capital. However, he was still profoundly shocked when he first stepped into the imperial capital and felt like a country bumpkin visiting a city for the first time. The books Zen had read were very detailed, and some had illustrations of the landscapes in the imperial capital, including illustrations like the Golden Gate towering over Zen now. The name of the gate was Heaven's Arch, which was 400 feet high and 100 feet wide. 30 years ago, the Princess Chi of Ogre was married to the Prince of the Burning Empire, and the Princess Chi brought the Heaven's Arch with her as her dowry. Even though Zen had imagined how the Heaven's Arch would look many times in the past, seeing the Golden Archway in person, he finally understood why this was the dowry Princess Chi brought with her. The Heaven's Arch was made of gold, and gemstones were inlaid over it, making gleam shine in the sun, with a rainbow of sparkling colors reflecting off it. Perhaps, Ogre wanted to make sure that the people in the eastern region knew every time they walked through this expensive dowry how poor they were. After passing through the Heaven's Arch, Zen walked along the imperial capital's main street, enjoying the local sights. As he walked, Zen even chanced to see the incandescent pavilion that stood majestically over 1,000 feet high. He saw the enormous temple of dragon and several chariots flying by. Though intrigued, Zen did not stop to enjoy these stunning spectacles. His interest was in finding the Cloud Sect, and Zen wouldn't stop until he reached his destination. Periodically stopping as he strolled down the street slowed Zen's trip, because he asked anyone he could about the Cloud Sect. Finally, he came to the Cloud Sect after searching for an entire day. The tremendous Cloud Sect made up nearly a quarter of the imperial capital, which was several times larger than the imperial palace. If the rolling cloud mountains that lay behind the Cloud Sect was counted, the area of the Cloud Sect would be much larger. Compared with the luxuriousness of the dazzling Heaven's Arch, the gate leading to the Cloud Sect seemed plain. Aside from 2 words in large lettering at the top of the gate, there were no decorations. Surrounding the entrance were large green trees that had green vines entwined. Each factor added to the charm of the ancient building. In front of the gate, 2 lines formed for sign-ups. The one to the left had only no more than 10 people, while the line on the right extended for miles. At a glance, it was difficult to see where this group's line ended. Zen counted quickly in his head and surmised that there were more than 1,000 people waiting to the right. He did not know the difference between these 2 lines, so he went to the left first. There were not so many people and soon, it was Zen's turn. The receptionist in charge of enrolling the students glanced up at Zen, and extended his hand as he demanded, "Please, show me your Noble Clan certificate." "Noble Clan certificate?" echoed Zen in a surprised manner. Seeing Zen's blank look, the receptionist pointed down at his table while he explained, "This line is only for applicants from noble clans. If you do not have a Noble Clan certificate, you need to be in that line." As he spoke, the receptionist pointed to the long line to the right. That cleared up any confusion Zen had about why there weren't many people standing in line here. It was dedicated to serving those of noble clans. The noble clan was a special class bestowed on families by the emperor. Throughout the entire empire, there were only a small number of powerful families which were deemed noble clan, and most of those families were located in the imperial capital. Since the Luo clan of Sea County was not one of the noble clans, Zen could not show the noble clan certificate to the receptionist. Watching the scene unfolded, people standing in the long line burst into laughter with contemptuous looks on their faces. Waiting in line like that was boring, aside from gossiping with each other to pass the time, there was nothing to do. Zen's actions broke the monotony and were entertaining for the people standing there waiting for their turns. Where did this bumpkin come from? He didn't know what the noble clan certificate was. How dare he come to the Cloud sect? Do you see what kind of people come to the Cloud sect these days? That's funny. Ignoring the taunts, Zen didn't acknowledge the harassing opinions and gave the receptionist a nod before walking to the end of the line on the right. Contemptuous glares from other hopeful applicants followed Zen. The past 2 years that Zen lived as a slave in the Luo clan, and his harrowing escape from death had numbed Zen to the sort of insignificant provocations and ridicules these strangers tossed at him. Right now, nothing could annoy him. The line was moving slowly, and since Zen didn't know anyone there, he decided to use the time to refresh himself and closed his eyes. "Is this your first time here to take the initial exam?" came a gentle voice unexpectedly from in front of Zen. Keeping his eyes closed, Zen nodded. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and saw a young man standing in front of him. Zen noticed the young man had a benign face and was about 18 or 19 years old. When the young man saw Zen's eyes open, he smiled slightly and said, "This is my second time." "What's the initial exam?" Sensing kindness in the young man, Zen felt comfortable enough to ask. He knew the Cloud sect's requirements for disciples to be recruited were very strict, and applicants had to pass multiple exams to qualify for admittance to the Cloud College. However, he was not from the imperial capital, so he wasn't very clear about the processes used in selecting recruits for the Cloud sect. The young man smiled congenially and said, "The Cloud sect is a prominent place famous for having the finest refining instructors in the world. Countless people want to join the Cloud sect, and each needs to be assessed. Since there are too many candidates, the Cloud sect stipulates that, except for people from the noble clans, applicants must pass the initial exam before they become eligible to take the Cloud sect's exams." "Thank you for sharing that. If you don't mind, would you tell me, what are the contents of the initial exam?" Zen had heard it was difficult to gain admission into the Cloud sect. After listening to this young man explain the exams, Zen realized there were a lot of rules which made him wonder what Perrin had sacrificed. Because Perrin not only got into the Cloud sect but also was recruited as an inner disciple immediately. Chuckling, the young man said, "At the professed initial exam, they will gather us together for a race. The Cloud sect specifies that those who are permitted to participate in the initial exam need to be at the bone refining level at least, and although people who have reached the organ or marrow refining levels can participate, the requirements for each level vary. For example, applicants at the bone refining level need to run a predetermined distance, but applicants at the organ refining level need to run further." "Is it just running?" wondered Zen. As he thought, he blinked. The initial exam sounded easy. After all, everyone could run. When Zen arrived at the organ refining level, his breaths were longer, allowing him to run longer and farther. Now that he knew what the initial exam entailed, Zen was more at ease, and he chatted with the young man as they waited. Through their conversation, Zen learned the young man's name was Norimo, and he was part of a small clan here in the imperial capital. The Cloud sect's initial exam was held once a month. Nori failed last month, so he was here for his second attempt at the exam this year. The two men became engrossed in discussing trivia. The line moved along, and before they knew it, it was Nori's turn. And Zen was the next. After registering his name, the receptionist handed Zen a jade pendant that had his identity information recorded on it. As he carefully put the jade pendant away, Nori said, "Zen, make sure you rest well tonight. Running may sound simple, but the trail the Cloud Sect has is unique. You'll be able to receive more details the day after tomorrow." Nori thought for a moment and then he added, "Zen, you're not from the Imperial capital. If you don't have anywhere to stay, you can come and stay at my place." Indeed, Norimo was a warm-hearted person. However, as kind as Nori was, Zen politely declined his invitation. After living in slavery for the past 2 years, he understood how cold the world was, and through his experience, he knew there was a price for everything. While he wouldn't suspect everyone completely, Zen also would not trust anyone easily. Just then a group of people came through the gate from the Cloud Sect. A few were wearing black robes, but most of them wore white robes. Noticing Zen watching them thoughtfully, Nori offered, "The ones donned in white robes are the outer disciples. We will earn the right to wear those if we pass the initial exam in the Cloud Sect's test." "What about the black robes?" asked Zen. "Black robes. They are the inner disciples. The standings of the inner disciples, as well as the pills they receive every month, are superior to the disciples in white robes. My father's goal for me is that I can become an inner disciple and wear a black robe," stated Nori with a look longing on his face. Acknowledging Nori with a nod, Zen reflected on the day Ken declared that Perrin was enrolled as an inner disciple. What was the reason behind that? Was it for the effects of the magical pill that Perrin could progress more rapidly with his refining skills? While Zen was lost in thought, 6 or 7 disciples dressed in black robes walked towards him. One of them stared at Zen with a strange look on his face. "Zen, well, isn't this a surprise? You're not dead. Do you want to study at the Cloud Sect? How dare you come to sign up for the exam? That's absurd, ha." Hearing his name, Zen squinted, looking at the man who was shouting at him. Inside, his chest constricted with disgust when he got a good look at the man. What a coincidence, he was just thinking of him, and now, surprisingly, Perrin was standing in front of him. Chapter 15, Provocation. Zen knew that he would meet Perrin at Cloud Sect sooner or later. However, he did not expect to encounter Perrin even before he had taken the initial exam. After hearing what Perrin said, Zen realized that his cousin knew about the events that transpired on family practicing day. If that was true, then Perrin would be aware that Zen had maimed Andrew in such a way that he would be unable to cultivate permanently. Cloud Sect is open to people from all over the world. You can join it, so can I. Zen said calmly. Perrin laughed and replied, "You are the rebel of the Luo clan. After all that you have done, everyone in the clan wants to kill you. You want to join Cloud Sect? Dream on, I'm gonna maim you today." Then, Perrin's body shone with a purple light. He stepped toward Zen with a contemptuous sneer. Zen snorted. Perrin was behaving just as he had predicted. All of Zen's muscles tightened as he took a defensive stance. Perrin's strength seemed to have improved with his training at Cloud Sect. But Perrin didn't know that Zen had become stronger as well. "I have already defeated Evil Lan, a master who was midway to the nature level. How can Perrin beat me?" Zen thought. Just then, a black-robed disciple caught Perrin's left arm and said, "Hey, Perrin, calm down. We are at Cloud Sect. You've got to be careful not to violate the rules, or you will receive severe punishment." Perrin frowned when being reminded of the rules. Apparently, the penalty for breaking Cloud Sect's laws was severe. And so he hesitated. Then, a young man with distinguished bearing, named Billy, walked out from amongst the black-robed disciples. It appeared as though Billy was the big shot amongst these guys. He said, "Perrin, has this guy ever clashed with you?" Perrin bowed respectfully to Billy before nodding and replying, "Yes, he is a rebel of my clan. As the young master of the Luo clan, I am obliged to punish him." "Kill him then. Though the rules of Cloud Sect are strict, this guy has just registered for the initial exam. Thus, it doesn't break the rules if you kill him, and I can cope with any trouble that you may encounter after that," Billy said impassively. It sounded almost as though Billy could determine whether Zen would live or die. Perrin had intended to fight with Zen, but he gave up this idea after hearing what Billy Wong said. It was all known that there was no free lunch, so Perrin didn't want to owe Billy one due to Zen. So Perrin turned to Billy and said, "I'm in no hurry. I'd like to see if this guy can pass the exams to enter Cloud Sect. If he fails, I will kill him as easily as I can kill an ant. If he succeeds, I will be able to find many opportunities to kill him in the future. Then Perrin turned to Zen and said, I will let you live for a few more days. Don't get comfortable though, I will kill you someday soon. Zen split his sides laughing at Perrin's threat. He pointed at Perrin with his index finger and said, ha ha. That's complete trash. Perrin, did no one from the Luo clan tell you the truth? I defeated Ken Luo, not just Andrew. How can you kill me? After saying that, Zen exuded an aura using his full strength. His body had been refined and burned by Evil Land's fire for 20 hours. The intensity of his body had thus reached the level of a mid-grade mysterious weapon. Although Zen was still at the organ refining level, his exuding strength was so powerful that Perrin felt as though a tsunami was crushing him. The intensity was too much to bear, and Perrin found himself short of breath. Perrin took a step back when faced with Zen's power. 2 days ago, a Luo clan carrier pigeon had brought a letter to Perrin. The note had been very brief. It had only mentioned that Zen had made Andrew unable to use his power anymore. It said nothing about the fact that Zen had beaten Ken Luo. Not long ago, Zen had been at the flesh refining level. But now, it seemed as though his strength had increased tremendously. Originally, Perrin was quite confident about his ability to beat Zen. He had taken the magical pill, which had led to an incredible improvement in his cultivating speed. Moreover, as Perrin had built a friendly relationship with Billy, he had been accepted as an inner disciple at Cloud Sect. In the past, Perrin's strength had been far superior to Zen's, and so he had never felt threatened by Zen. Since it was said in the letter from the Luo clan that Zen must have died because he had been grabbed by an evil weapon refiner Evil Lan, Perrin didn't pay much attention to it. He had almost forgotten about Zen. However, Perrin didn't expect that Zen was still alive and would show up in front of him. Furthermore, Zen's strength had improved to the extent where Perrin was worried that Zen was no longer weaker than him. Seeing Zen's arrogance, the faces of several inner disciples standing by Perrin's side darkened. Zen was even not a disciple of Cloud Sect. Even if Zen successfully passed the exams and entered Cloud Sect, he would only be an outer disciple. How could he be so arrogant in front of a group of the inner disciples? The only thing they were eager to do now was to teach Zen a lesson with their fists. They all stared at Billy because of his status in the group. Billy smiled calmly before speaking to Perrin. Perrin, it seems that this barking dog of your clan is a bit fierce and annoying. What are you waiting for? Go beat him. The second Billy had finished giving the order, Perrin got ready to fight Zen. Just at this moment, a flash emerged from inside Cloud Sect and a flying chariot shot out toward them. 2 armored people stood on the flying chariot. They seemed to be patrolling the area. They are inspectors, said a black-robed disciple. Perrin's expression turned sour when he saw the flying chariot. According to the strict rules of the Cloud Sect, battles among disciples were forbidden. However, there were so many disciples in Cloud Sect, and each had been cultivating martial arts that battles could not be avoided altogether. All the disciples knew that they needed to be careful about the inspectors catching them fighting with each other. Since the inspectors were just above the crowd, Perrin and his friends could not do anything. Aware of the current situation, Billy sneered at Zen. Then he patted Perrin's left shoulder before strutting away with his hands crossed behind his back. Perrin said to Zen, "You are very fortunate today. Although you have come to the imperial capital, no matter whether you join Cloud Sect or not, there is no chance for you to live. I will not fight you today. However, be ready, I will wait for the right opportunity to kill you. If you are smart, you'll find poison or another means to commit suicide in some street corner. That death will be less painful than what I will do to you. The choice is yours." Then Perrin and the other black-robed disciples turned and followed Billy. After the group of black-robed disciples left, Nori, who had been standing far away, slowly approached Zen. His voice was full of admiration as he said, "Zen, you are so brave. Even the outer disciples don't dare to provoke the inner disciples. You dare to anger them even though you've only just signed up for the initial exam. You rock." In addition to Nori, many people who had signed up for the initial exam cast an ineffable look at Zen. While some thought that Zen had been too impetuous, others admired Zen's bravery. But most of them felt that Zen had been stupid to offend the inner disciples. They believed that Zen would no doubt meet an unfortunate end. Zen sighed in resignation and forced a smile. Who liked to offend other people for no reason? Cloud Sect only selected the best warriors. It was expected that the disciples would have immense talent. Zen was just a rebel of a little clan. The best way for him to survive and succeed was to keep a low profile and focus on cultivating his strength. However, Zen still had a mission. He had to avenge his father's death. Thoughts of his father's death left Zen uneasy. Over the past 2 years, he had been unable to sleep. He might not have had the resources or the power earlier, but that hadn't stopped Zen from planning his revenge. He had sworn never to forget this blood feud. Nori was also a member of a clan. So when he saw Zen's indignant look and thought of what transpired between Zen and Perrin, he nearly guessed what might have happened. It was normal to see a power dispute within the Luo clan. Nori would not interfere in the internal affairs of another clan. But he still reminded Zen, from amongst those black-robed disciples, you should pay special attention to the last one. Who was that guy? Zen had also noticed how special the others had behaved toward Billy. Those disciples all turned to Billy for advice. As Perrin had paid his respect to Billy, Billy just remained an arrogant posture because he thought he should deserve Perrin's great respect due to his social status. If I haven't made a mistake, I believe that person is a member of the noble clan called the Wong clan, Nori said. Noble clan. Now everything made sense. Perrin could wear a black robe that was reserved for an inner disciple of Cloud sect because he had been associating with a member of a noble clan. It was widely known that the noble clans belonged to the privileged classes in the empire. Some of their privileges were even written into the laws of the empire. Even so, it was impossible for Zen to bow to any threat. He could only desperately resist any attack in the worst situation. After leaving Cloud sect, Zen found a hotel to stay. The imperial capital was different from Sea County. The prices for almost all commodities in the imperial capital were 2 or 3 times higher than those in Sea County. However, Zen had grabbed Evil Land's space ring in which there had been many valuable treasures. Those cubic crystals alone carried great value. The value of 1 cubic crystal could make Zen stay in a more luxurious hotel than the one he had selected. At night, Zen blew out the flame of the candlestick before climbing onto the bed and sitting cross-legged. He did not intend to sleep now. He took the blood-red sledgehammer out of the space ring and placed it in front of himself. Earlier, the black fire in the furnace of Zen's mind had inexplicably flown out to swallow Fire Sword. Then it lit up a dragon scale, which had significantly increased Zen's strength. If Zen could light the second dragon scale, his strength would increase manifold. Prior to his meeting with Perrin, Zen had not been eager to light up the second dragon scale. However, after having met Perrin, Zen knew that joining Cloud sect was going to be more difficult than he had anticipated. This was a turning point for Zen. To deal with the crisis, Zen needed to increase his strength as he did not have anyone to rely on in the imperial capital. After all the preparation had been done, Zen closed his eyes and meditated. He was trying to communicate with the furnace in his mind. The black fire had previously appeared in Zen's mind on its own initiative. As a result, it had melted Fire Sword into iron essence. Would the black fire reappear or not? Zen was unsure. The huge furnace quietly floated in Zen's mind. There seemed to be no movement that would indicate the appearance of the black fire. Zen's spirit slowly approached the furnace in an attempt to rouse it. Zen circled the furnace 2 times, but nothing happened. How did the furnace start? Chapter 16. The Initial Exam. In the ancient refining theory book that Zen had read earlier, there was no record of the furnace's usage. There had been only a few magical words which meant Zen had to explore how to use it himself. As he cleared his mind in meditation, Zen focused, and eventually, his soul stopped in front of the large furnace. Among the 9 dragon engravings, only the cyan dragon was awakened. Now the majestic dragon stared down at Zen. On thinking of how his soul was once nearly shattered under the gaze of the cyan dragon, Zen was dismayed. Since Zen's soul was trained in the considerable furnace, the power of his soul had been significantly improved. Under the cyan dragon's gaze, Zen felt overwhelming pressure, like he was being crushed under a mountain, and was short of breath, all from the power of the dragon staring down at him in his mind. Zen's soul was strong enough to resist being overwhelmed by the cyan dragon's gaze, but he needed to find a way to communicate with it. In the face of the raw energy from the fearsome cyan dragon, Zen felt like a mere speck of dust. Zen moved to get closer to the cyan dragon relief, but the closer he got, the more pressure he felt. He struggled to resist the impulse to run away. Don't stop. Keep going. Zen urged himself inwardly to rush forward. The pressure increased with each step, slowing Zen as he neared the cyan dragon until his movements were labored like he were trudging through thick mud. The cyan dragon exuded such extreme pressure, and Zen's teeth trembled. The force was so great that Zen had a difficult time resisting the impulse to flee. However, determination sparked in Zen's eyes, and his unconquerable will pushed him to keep moving. At last, Zen stood in front of the cyan dragon and reached out, touching a strand of its whiskers. After a while, a soft sound was emitted from the cyan dragon as the large furnace began to spin slowly. A wisp of black flame separated from the plume of the furnace's calm black fires and drifted out of Zen's mind. Yes, I did it. Just as Zen believed, the large furnace had a separate consciousness, and Zen could communicate with it. Although Zen wasn't sure if the consciousness was the furnace or cyan dragon, he successfully communicated with it and received a wisp of the black flame. In his hotel room, as Zen opened his eyes, the wisp came from the center of his brows and circled him once. The wisp of black flame didn't appear terrifying or strong, and Zen couldn't feel any heat from it. But Zen didn't dare underestimate this wisp of black flame. After all, a top-grade mysterious weapon like fire sword, merely glowed red when being burnt by the fire of evil Lan and remained intact. But once exposed to the wisp of black flame, the same hellfire sword was melted into iron essence in the blink of an eye. Zen realized the power of the black flame was completely beyond his knowledge, and he could not make any presumptions. It was a shame Zen couldn't wield the black flame like a weapon. He'd be invincible if he used it against enemies. Soon the black flame found the blood-red sledgehammer that was lying in front of Zen. It sped at the sledgehammer. The quality of the blood-red sledgehammer was mid-grade, not as valuable as fire sword, but it was evident that the size was bigger than the sword. Zen looked forward to seeing how much iron essence would be refined, and he wondered if it would be enough to light up another scale of the dragon. Within a split second, the black flame melted the blood-red sledgehammer into a single drop of iron essence. Only one, just a single drop. The mysterious weapon was huge but mid-grade, and it produced only a single drop of iron essence. Zen's mouth fell open as he sat there stunned to the point he even began to stammer. It seemed unreasonable that he only procured one drop of iron essence from the much more massive blood-red sledgehammer, even considering that the quality wasn't as good as fire sword. After taking a moment to weigh the pros and cons, Zen took the rest of the mysterious weapons out of the space ring, all of which were low to mid-grade levels, deciding to melt them all together. The wisp of black flame swallowed all the mysterious weapons quickly. However, the results weren't what Zen expected. A mid-grade mysterious weapon could be melted into a drop of iron essence, but the size of iron essence that was melted from a low-grade mysterious weapon was a tiny bit bigger than a speck of dust, and Zen had to squint to see it. After smelting all the mysterious weapons that were in the space ring, Zen had 5 drops of iron essence. Finally, the wisp of black flame rolled the 5 drops of iron essence up and jumped back into Zen's mind. Zen looked into his mind at the situation. When the black flame placed the 5 drops of iron essence into the cyan dragon's mouth, it trembled for a while, and then a second scale on the dragon began to shimmer a green light, seeming to light up. It succeeded. A smile lit up Zen's face as he thought. He knew his strength would be magnified by the power of another activated dragon scale. However, the green scale twinkled for a few seconds and then faded slowly. Watching the scene, Zen's face darkened. Did he need 6 drops of iron essence to activate a dragon scale? Yet, life was full of surprises, and you never knew how things would turn out. Just as the twinkling light of the dragon scale was about to die, the whole scale suddenly lit up again, emitting brilliant green light. Zen relaxed, for only 5 drops of iron essence were needed to activate a scale on the dragon. As the scale lit up, Zen felt the amazing strength course through every part of his body. Zen clenched his fists consciously and stifled a roar as he felt the welcome sensation of strength saturating him. After a while, Zen quieted down. Lighting up 2 of the dragon's scales was good, but at this stage, Zen needed to improve his strength quicker. If he could light a few more dragon scales, he would easily beat Perrin. Except, Zen had smelted all of his mysterious weapons, leaving him to wonder where he could find more. While Zen had hundreds of cubic crystals, that would only get him 1 or 2 low-grade mysterious weapons because the price for a mysterious weapon was so high. It was just a drop in the bucket of what he needed. Suddenly, Zen thought about the broken flying knife that was in the space ring. Even though the flying knife was so shabby-looking, it seemed to have great power, so the level must be quite high. Zen thought about it for a while, but in the end, he restrained his impulse to smelt the flying knife. If the flying knife were really as extraordinary as he thought, it would be crazy to melt it carelessly. First things first, Zen's priority should be gaining entry into the Cloud sect. Zen took a deep breath and closed his eyes to rest. The initial exam was the next morning, and though the exam was to run simply, Nori had told Zen that it would be more difficult than they thought. Early the next morning, Zen washed up and headed out to the Cloud sect. When Zen signed up yesterday, he didn't see many people, but today a great number of people were crowded outside the door of the Cloud sect. Some of them were on horseback, and some had hiked while others were on flying chariots. So many people were there, and they filled the open grounds outside the Cloud sect. Zen estimated that there were more than 10,000 people. No wonder the Cloud sect had to hold the initial monthly. The number of people taking part in the initial exam every month was over 10,000. That meant over 100,000 people applied during the year. It was amazing. Even such a huge Cloud sect would be overwhelmed in this situation. Where there were so many people, there would be a lot of hustle and bustle. Zen stood expressionlessly in the crowd, waiting quietly. A moment later, a chariot flew overhead from the Cloud sect carrying an old man with a white beard. After the chariot stopped, the elder said steadily, "Applicants, please enter the door in an orderly manner to participate in the initial exam. Don't make noise, or speak loudly. Anyone violating the rules will be evicted and disqualified from taking the exam now, or ever in his lifetime." Even though the elder did not yell, his voice rang in everyone's ears, and everyone present heard him clearly. The crowd quieted quickly as the white-bearded elder finished speaking. No one dared to talk or whisper any longer. It was so eerily quiet that the sound of a needle dropping on the ground would have been heard clearly. Being disqualified for the exam wasn't a big deal, but being unable to sign up in the future to take the exam at the Cloud sect would be devastating. Since the Cloud sect was a shrine as well as the largest sect for studying the art of cultivating in the empire, everyone hoped to gain entrance. Although there were several smaller sects within the Burning Sky Empire, neither the amount of lands nor the number of talented disciples could compare to the Cloud sect. If an applicant had no chance of joining the Cloud sect, his prospects in the cultivation world would become bleak unless he could join another big sect. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation and remained silent. More than 10,000 applicants trod through the doors of the Cloud sect and walked along a path. At the end of the path, they made a right into a vast square. Floating in the air at the square were a couple of flying chariots with disciples who maintained order during the initial exam. As all the applicants filed into the square, the white-bearded elder appeared in the front and announced, "I believe most of you are familiar with the rules of the initial exam, but I'll remind you again. From the square, you are to run forward. It doesn't matter whether you are at the bone, organ, or marrow refining level, you need just to keep running until the jade pendant on your chest changes color. Once the color of the jade changes, you will pass the initial exam and be qualified to begin the entrance exam." The rules seemed simple enough with no restrictions on refining level or limit to speed. The only requirement for passing the initial exam was to run until the jade pendant changed color. Zen kept the rules in mind as he looked into the distance of the path beyond the square. Chapter 17, Invisible Pressure. Paved with ordinary limestone slabs and decorated with neatly trimmed verdant grass on both sides, it looked like any other road in the empire. The road turned and twisted, stretching away as far as the eye could see. Participants who had registered for the initial exam seemed pretty confident and relaxed as they stood in line. Refining had strengthened their body, so for them, running was child's play. Most of them were quite sure that they would breeze through the exam. The white-bearded old man gave a signal, and the exam began. All candidates broke into a run. Just then something strange happened. The lead runners stumbled and sank to the ground, making a perfect pratfall. Only a few people reacted quickly enough to recover their balance. They pulled themselves together and carried on running forward. This incident gave the others an indication that there was something unusual about this road. They were more careful where they set foot on the road. Although no one else fell, since the candidates were being careful, their speed reduced. It looked as if they were carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. After the first few batches set off on the road, it was Zen's turn. He approached the edge of the square and stepped out slowly. Instantly he felt an invisible pressure. As he tried to lift his foot, he found that his legs felt leaden. It was an odd feeling. Once he had stepped onto the road, the pressure encased him completely. Every inch of his skin felt weighed down. Even his eardrums throbbed. Although the road seemed normal, the air pressure seemed much higher. As Zen had entered the organ refining level, he was able to control his breathing. With enough food to supply his body with energy, he could easily run for 10 days. But the high air pressure made this simple task seem daunting. The running would wear him out quickly. He wasn't sure how long he would last. Since he had lit up 2 dragon scales and his body had been refined, Zen felt as though there was no reason for him not to get a good mark. Zen steadied his breathing, then with a light cry he mustered every ounce of strength, tightened every muscle against the pressure, and ran forward. Many of the participants had adjusted to the pressure almost instantly. They continued to run at a brisk pace as if the pressure didn't affect them at all. But most participants were unable to continue. Participants at the bone refining level ran out of strength after only 300 feet. As their bodies gave up, they fell on the road. They were so exhausted that even raising their heads had become an effort. Even though some continued to run, they were panting and staggering. The effort to maintain their pace against the invisible pressure was clearly visible. It appeared as though they would drop at any moment. After having run for 7 or 8 miles, Zen noticed that some participants began to drop back as time wore on, and the crowd gradually thinned into a line. He concentrated on his steps. Then he adjusted his breathing to tune up his body as this was the only way to stay in a condition to cover a longer distance. Zen looked over his shoulder when he heard someone call his name. A silk-robed boy waved to him. It was Nori, the boy he had met the day before. His attire was more suitable to the challenge today as compared with yesterday. "Hi, Nori," Zen replied with a smile. "You are doing well," Nori gasped. "Impressive. Even though you are running under such high pressure, you look as if you are sauntering in your backyard. You are not doing so bad yourself. If I'm not mistaken, you are only at the bone refining level. Not many at your level can keep up with the challenge," Zen said. The pressure had proved to be demanding for people at the bone refining level. However, participants at the organ and marrow refining levels were easily able to rise above it. It was amazing that Nori could stay at the front of the line. Nori pulled a face and raised his hand. He showed Zen a bangle around his wrist. "Last time, I didn't even make 1 mile in the initial exam. Now, thanks to this bangle, I can run this far. It helps me counteract half the pressure." Bangle. Zen glanced at the accessory on Nori's wrist. It looked rather unimpressive as it appeared to be a plain gold bangle. Who could have guessed that it could counteract the invisible pressure? It must be a mysterious weapon, right? Zen blinked at Nori as he asked. Nori grinned. "Yes, it is a mysterious weapon. It cost me 2 cubic crystals, almost all my savings." 2 cubic crystals. That's all. Is a mysterious weapon that cheap? Zen asked incredulously. If what Nori had said was true, then he could buy dozens of mysterious weapons, considering that he had hundreds of cubic crystals lying in his space ring. "Nah, you misunderstood me," Nori added quickly. "The rent is 2 cubic crystals. After I pass the exam, I will have to return the bangle." Zen didn't know what to say. The renting business was flourishing because of the initial exam. The youngsters in the imperial capital were making every effort to pass the exam. But if we use an external object, won't that be considered cheating? Zen wondered. Cloud Sect intended to use the initial exam to weed out the weaker applicants. Wouldn't it be a bit unfair if weapons were not banned during the exam? Nori smiled. "Bro, what you haven't considered is that Cloud Sect has many disciples, so many geniuses. The sect won't pay too much attention to the initial exam. We aren't outer disciples. No energy will be wasted on the trifles in the initial exam. As long as we don't kill each other, they don't give a fig what weapon you use or whether you get into a brawl here." With the help of Nori's explanation, Zen realized that while Cloud Sect did have very strict rules and regulations, they were for their formal disciples. This initial exam was a sieve with a large mesh to strain out those who didn't fit the bill. As soon as Nori finished his explanation, he gasped. The bangle could only counteract half the pressure, but the remaining pressure still made running hard for Nori. "Stop talking. Just focus on your pace," Zen reminded him. Nori nodded. He clenched his teeth and kept moving forward. He grimaced as he challenged his limits. Zen was running rather comfortably. Since a while had passed, he had gotten accustomed to the pressure. Now, he could even ignore the pressure completely. As time wore on and people began feeling the effects of the pressure, exhaustion began settling it. They started falling behind. Instead of a long line of runners, the road now had groups of scattered participants on it. Zen looked around and found that he and Nori were the only 2 people on this section of the road. A moment later, Zen noticed a hulking figure speeding forward. A big man, as strong as an ox, was approaching quickly with fast, large steps. Soon the big man caught up with Zen. Just as he was about to pass Nori, he changed direction and hurtled toward Nori. Before Zen could warn his friend, the big man's shoulder bumped hard against Nori. Nori had been concentrating on his pace as his strength was being strained to the limit. He had lowered his head and had been running forward desperately. This bump came out of the blue. A scream escaped Nori's lips as he lost his balance. After staggering for a few steps, Nori fell. "What are you doing?" Zen demanded angrily. Since Nori had no beef with this man, his behavior was way out of line. Before Zen could finish, the man sped up and turned in Zen's direction. Seeing the man closing in quickly, Zen's expression changed. Secretly, he commanded all his strength to flow all over his body. A brittle smile spread over the man's face. According to what he could gauge, Zen was just at the organ refining level. Since he had already entered the marrow refining level, the man was confident that he had certain advantages in terms of his strength and body. A malicious grin appeared on his face when the man saw that Zen was standing still, waiting for the attack. Apparently, Zen had no idea who he was dealing with. The man was certain that the collision would break every dang bone in Zen's body. When the man thought of the result of the clash, he felt his blood began to boil. He increased his force by 50%. But as soon as he cannoned into Zen, his expression changed. This collision should have sent Zen flying onto the ground like a sandbag. The force should have shattered all his bones and killed him. Instead, the man felt as though he had run headfirst into a hill, while Zen remained unmoved from his spot. Had the force the man used been redirected back to him? The recoil sent the man stumbling back several steps. His expression couldn't have been more shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. How could this brat get such a tough body? It was like his body was made of steel rather than of flesh and blood. Zen ignored the man's astonished glare. As usual, the attack on his body unleashed warm currents. Zen could feel the warmth flooding his body. He glanced at Nori before turning to the man and coldly saying, "We've got no beef with you. Why did you do that? You want a fight?" The man fumbled for a purple pill in his pocket. As soon as his fingers closed around the object, he pulled it out and swallowed it. "True, I have no beef with you. But someone wants you to fail the exam," he said with a laugh. "Who is that?" Zen asked stiffly. The man didn't reply to Zen's question. He turned and ran off with a grin. "You'd better quit the exam as soon as possible. Or else, not only are you going to fail the exam, but you will get yourself killed." Zen stared at the man's retreating back with a grim expression. Solving the riddle was a cinch for Zen. He knew who was behind all this. Since he didn't know anyone in the imperial capital, the only person with motive to do this was Perrin. Perrin had resorted to low tricks to prevent Zen from joining Cloud Sect. Zen's face grew cold as he thought about this. Chapter 18. Passing the initial exam. After all, they were at the Cloud Sect. So, they probably didn't dare harm anyone directly or act recklessly. With those thoughts, Zen went over to Nori. Nori was lying on the ground. His face was pale, and he panted for breath. Seeing Zen heading over to him, he struggled to sit up again, but in vain. He turned his head to Zen. "Zen, I'm exhausted. You go on without me. I don't think I can even sit up, let alone finish the race," said Nori. He turned his head back, staring at the sky. People at the bone refining level only need to run 10 miles to pass the initial exam. There's only around 1 or 2 miles left. If I had the strength, I could finish the exam. Unfortunately, I cannot go on any longer. "I'm sorry. I caused you trouble," Zen said apologetically. Those people had wanted him to fail by making trouble for him, but it impacted Nori. Nori waved his hand and said sadly, "Forget it. This is my destiny. My fate has been bad since birth. I'm used to it." From Nori's words, it wasn't difficult to figure out that Nori had experienced hardships too. "Get up, Nori," said Zen sternly. He couldn't let Nori give up without making any efforts at all. Smiling wryly, Nori shook his head. "I cannot stand up," he grumbled hopelessly. "You haven't tried, so, how do you know you can't stand up? We practice martial arts to explore the limit of our body continuously. No one can reach the pinnacle in martial arts without experiencing difficulties and obstacles. Stand up and give it your best try," encouraged Zen. The words rang in Nori's ears. Practicing the martial arts was not for the sake of glory, wealth or power. It was to achieve one's ultimate strength, which meant facing and overcoming many difficulties and dangers. Once started on that road, the way would never be smooth and required many factors for people who wanted to continue. The most important factor was to push oneself to exceed the limits. Listening to Zen's powerful thoughts left Nori pondering and struggling in his mind. His usual smiling face turned solemn. Finally, he nodded and said, "You're right. If I give up so easily now, then next time, or the time after, I might give up without trying. Then it would be harder or even impossible for me to get into the Cloud sect. I can't waste this opportunity. As long as I can get into the Cloud sect, I can change my fate and become outstanding." Staggering as he pulled himself up from the ground, Nori gritted his teeth against the stabbing pain. Breathing through the agony, he finally got his second wind and began to move slowly towards the stone tablet in the distance that held his hope. A mere 1 mile lay ahead. And the road was flat. However, it might as well look like a mountain of swords for Nori. Every step he took sent more pains through him as if he was stepping on knives. Zen slowed his pace to match Nori's and gave him constant encouragements. With the internal injuries Nori suffered, and his exhausted physical strength, he was on the edge of collapse. All that was left was his willpower, and step after step brought him nearer his dream. Nori stumbled, almost falling many times. He kept his feet under him as he walked close to the destination. He bit his teeth so hard that his mouth was full of blood. "Just a little more, Nori. I can see the stone tablet. We're not far away now," said Zen as he looked ahead at the stone tablet engraved with 2 words on it, 10 miles. At the 10-mile mark, people that were at the bone refining level would pass the initial exam. As they crossed the stone tablet, the color of jade pendants worn by the participants would change. During the race, Zen had seen several people who were at the bone refining level pass this stone tablet and leave. They passed the initial exam. When Nori heard Zen, he became excited. And an unknown power rose from his exhausted body. He didn't know where the energy came from. It could have something to do with the destination nearby and his hope. With his renewed vigor, Nori kept walking and even started to jog as he neared the stone tablet. As Nori crossed the stone tablet, the jade pendant on his chest turned red, indicating that he had passed the exam. When he crossed it, Nori was so weak that he fell to the ground. And he couldn't lift a finger, let alone hold himself up. He managed to move his tongue and mouth, and said to Zen, "Thank you so much, Zen." Zen nodded at Nori, acknowledging that he understood what Nori was struggling to tell him. Just then a chariot swooped down from the sky and 2 examiners jumped out of it. Glancing at the jade pendant around Nori's neck, one of the examiners announced that Nori passed his initial exam, and lifted him, placing him on the flying chariot. The 2 examiners glimpsed over at Zen before leaving quickly. It was no wonder these 2 examiners were surprised though. Strictly speaking, after passing the initial exam, all participants would face each other as competitors in the next entrance exam. Who would help their competitors? This young man is indeed a weirdo, the 2 examiners thought. Of course, Zen did not know that the 2 examiners were thinking about such things. He was just happy to see Nori had passed the exam and gratified that Nori hadn't given up. After watching Nori and the examiners leave, Zen crossed the stone tablet too. As soon as he passed the milestone marker, Zen's body sank, and suddenly he felt as though the pressure in his body weighing him down, doubled. This pressure feels like 2,000 pounds. As Zen felt the pressure crushing him, he finally understood why the road was unusual. It was designed to double the burden on people every 10 miles. He adapted to the hard pressure, taking a few moments to move his hands and feet before starting again. 2,000 pounds of force had an inevitable impact on his movement, which slowed his actions by nearly half of his previous speed. However, running the next 10 miles under the added weight wouldn't be a problem for Zen, thanks to his unique and abnormally strong physical body. While Zen had remained with the injured Nori, he walked very slowly and consequently, he wasted a lot of time. The applicants of bone refining level passed the initial exam at 10 miles, stone tablet, and those at the organ refining level had already run further, leaving Zen alone on the road. Keeping his speed steady, Zen walked alone, like a lonely traveler. After running 3 more miles, he was only winded slightly. After another 2 miles, Zen was breathing a little heavier. When Zen hit the 18-mile mark, his breathing was labored. Looking ahead, he squinted and saw his goal was in sight. He felt confident that he would pass the initial exam easily. When he had still 1 mile ahead, Zen found 4 people standing there, waiting for him. Judging them from their breathing, the men waiting for Zen were at the marrow refining level. 3 were strangers, but Zen recognized one of them as the powerful man who bumped Zen and Nori with his shoulder just now. He knew from his earlier encounter that these men wouldn't give up easily. Straining his muscles to prepare against any potential attacks, Zen kept heading towards the next stone tablet. As he drew closer to the four men, a young man dressed as a scholar approached him, putting up his hand for Zen to stop. "Guy, you don't need to continue. Your initial exam is completed." The scholar's words were no nonsense, but Zen was surprised when they didn't attack him directly. Assessing the situation, Zen decided to pretend to know nothing about their purpose and asked, "Why is my exam over? Who asked you to stop me here?" Chuckling, the scholar said, "I don't see any reason to answer your questions. All you need to know is that this is the end of the initial exam for you. You shouldn't get your hopes up. The Cloud sect is not a place for people like you. Usually, facing 4 marrow refining level adversaries, one should be scared. Even people at the top of organ refining level couldn't compare to rivals who had reached the marrow refining level." Therefore, the 4 men considered Zen an easy target. Not hearing any answers, Zen was trying to think of how he could escape the 4 men. But his expression and stance didn't give that away. Instead, he continued to pretend not to understand what the scholar meant, his face gloomy, and he murmured, "But, I haven't passed my initial exam yet. What should I do about that?" "That's your problem," declared the scholar as the 4 men glared mockingly at Zen. The 4 of them exchanged glances, thinking, the boy is foolish if he still thinks he will pass the initial exam. Is he dreaming? While the men were busy glancing at each other, Zen stared up into the sky behind them and cried out, "Ah, look, here's an examiner coming now, on a flying chariot." Since the examiners at the Cloud sect deterred most of the disciples from breaking the rules, Zen knew the 4 men would be afraid to attack him in front of the examiners. So, when Zen shouted happily, they automatically turned to see the chariot. Simultaneously, Zen rushed forward. Summoning every bit of his energy, he shot forward, like an arrow released from a bow. Almost instantly, he passed his attackers, rushing at the stone tablet in sight. The 4 men looked back at an empty sky. There was no flying chariot or any examiners. They whipped their heads back, only to find Zen was no longer standing there. Realizing Zen's trickery, the faces of the 4 men contorted angrily, and they chased after Zen, shouting abusively. "Sneaky simpleton, do you really think you can outrun us? Cut his legs when we catch him. Without legs, he won't escape." With the evil expletives coming from behind, Zen smiled faintly and then turned a deaf ear. He drove his whole body to the limit and pushed himself forward madly. Only about 1 mile stood between Zen and the stone. He was sprinting into the stone tablet. With the top speed, he would just need to take a few breaths. Even though Zen was fast, the men chasing him weren't slow. Especially the scholar, whose body had a blue light shining and feet moving like thunder. What kind of skill was the scholar refining? His speed was far faster than Zen's, and the scholar was running close to Zen quickly. Simple man, you are barely at the organ refining level. How dare you try to trick us? In the face of absolute strength, your plot is nothing. Taste my toxic smoky palm. And go to perdition, the scholar criticized, lunging at Zen's back. A green light flashed from his hands, as he reached out and smacked Zen firmly on the back. A full-force strike from someone at the marrow refining level was monstrous. The toxic smoky palm didn't just knock the wind out of him but also released green smoke into Zen's body, which was so toxic that it would kill an elephant immediately if the elephant inhaled a puff of this green smoke. This smoke, however, was shot right into Zen's bloodstream. "Ha, my toxic smoke has hurt you. You won't be able to run now and will fall to the ground soon." The scholar proudly bragged about his victorious blow to Zen, and stopped, expecting Zen to drop to the ground. As he watched, he realized the scene he had imagined wasn't going to happen. How come he is still running? How is it possible?" stammered the scholar, with his eyes widened in surprise. He had summoned all his energy to make the blow just now. With his strength at the marrow refining level, he should have smashed Zen's body into pieces. Not to mention the toxic smoke from his palm. How could Zen continue like that as though he wasn't affected by the scholar's toxic palm at all? He was running ahead as if he hadn't been poisoned. As a matter of fact, he sped up after the scholar pushed him. What kind of monster is he? He thought to himself. The 4 people froze, staring at each other, mouths agape, with shocked looks on their faces. They had never seen anyone could survive the toxic smoky palm strike. Contrary to what should happen, at the moment, Zen was very comfortable, and his body felt warm all over. After Evil Land's fire refined his body, the strength of Zen's body had significantly risen. It was nearly impossible for a warm current to occur when people at the bone or organ refining levels battered him. Only after he was beaten by people at the level of marrow refining would Zen feel the warm current course through his body again. Just now, when his enemy used the toxic smoky palm to attack him, Zen felt the warm current flow through him, and as it washed over his nervous system, his breathing improved, as if he ate a magic pill. As for the poison of the scholar's palm, it did not cause him any harm. His body was like a mysterious weapon. Naturally, all toxins were harmless. Who had heard of a mysterious weapon harmed by poison? Opportunities were rare. Zen wanted to stop and let them beat him up when he thought about how being thrashed by 4 people at the marrow refining level could help wash his internal organs. However, the stone tablet was just ahead, and if he was right, it should be the goal for the organ refining level. As soon as he reached the stone tablet, Zen would pass the initial exam. It would be better for me to turn Jade Pendant red and pass the initial exam first, before any other unexpected things occur, thought Zen. He dismissed the idea of stopping to be beaten by the 4 people and ran straight to the stone tablet. Although the 4 men pursued Zen desperately, they could only watch him pass the stone in a few seconds because of how close he was to it. Chapter 19. I have a very simple idea. As Zen walked by the stone slab, his jade pendant slowly turned from green to blood red. A big smirk appeared on his face as Zen turned and waved his jade pendant at the 4 men behind him. The 4 men following Zen were enraged when they saw his victorious smile. Before the start of the initial exam, someone gave them the task of dealing with a boy at the organ refining level. As the men were more powerful, they had scoffed at the mission. They believed that dealing with a person at such a low level was beneath them. They had assumed that they would be able to defeat Zen. However, they did not expect that he would be able to escape. Moreover, Zen dared to provoke them by being openly triumphant. How dare he behave like that? The 4 men fumed at the humiliation. The scholar-like man glared viciously at Zen as he spoke, "Guys, let's terminate this boy by any means necessary. He passed the initial exam, so killing him in front of the examiners may be too." The strongest of the 4 men grunted in response. On his face was an expression that conveyed his hesitance. The scholar-like man was furious. Billy said that he could deal with any consequence. This boy is not a native of the imperial capital. He doesn't have a high social background either. Even if we kill him, who will take revenge on us on his behalf? The other 3 men glanced at each other when they heard the scholar-like man's explanation. What he said seemed to assuage their fears. Without further hesitation, the gang acted on the resentment they were feeling. In a heartbeat, they lunged at Zen. Their expressions conveyed that they were going to rip him to shreds. Zen was pleased to see their reaction. In fact, he had deliberately enraged the 4 men. At the moment, there were 2 ways of improving his power rapidly. The first was to let the black fire swallow many mysterious weapons in order to light up the dragon scales. But Zen had found it difficult to procure the many mysterious weapons it would take to do it. The second way was to let other people beat him. In receiving such a beating, the warm currents would be produced and they, in turn, would remove impurities in his viscera. Each member of this gang had the strength of cultivators at the marrow refining level. And so their attacks were just moderate in degree for Zen. If cultivators at a lower level were to beat him, there would be no effect. Equally, if a cultivator at half of a step into the nature level was to beat him, the force might be too strong to bear, and Zen might even be killed. Thus, these 4 men could be regarded as the perfect blacksmith for Zen. That was the reason why Zen had turned the jade pendant red and then immediately implemented his plan to provoke them. Seeing the 4 men rushing toward him, Zen turned around and ran forward. Aside from angering the 4 men, Zen wanted to use this opportunity to stay on the path as a test to see how much pressure he could actually withstand. After running 20 miles, Zen found the pressure had increased from 2,000 to 4,000 pounds. It was now twice as high as it had been a moment ago. Under such high pressure, he felt as though his whole body was being dragged to the ground by a great force. If it had not been for his great strength, his body would have collapsed under the weight. At the same time, the 4 men chasing him had also slowed due to the pressure. For a bystander, the scene would have been entertaining to watch. Zen was running slowly, and 4 men were pursuing him equally slowly. It appeared as though someone had put on a slow-motion film. Zen could have run faster, as so far, he had only used his strength. He hadn't as yet used the power of the 2 dragon scales. He was sure that he could be twice as fast had he employed his hidden powers. However, he was motivated to give the 4 men an opportunity to catch him. After all, his body would only undergo further refinement if they were able to beat him. The scholar-like man was the first to catch Zen. As soon as he was within striking distance of Zen, he blustered, "I'll kill you, you jerk." He used all his strength to make 8 successive palm strikes. Under the pressure of 4,000 pounds, even though he was at the marrow refining level, the man was still out of breath from the effort. The man's palm connected with Zen's back. Not only did the force of the impact push Zen forward, but it also helped release the warm currents. Zen moaned with satisfaction when he felt the warm currents remove impurities in his body. By the time Zen had absorbed the warm currents, the rest of the men had caught up to him. Frost Wolf Fist. Bursting Elbow Strike. Vigorous Collapsing Fist. The 4 men attacked Zen, each strike landing on his back and pushing him forward. The impurities in Zen's body mixed with sweat and were released from his skin at an incredible rate. The result was a dark red mixture that was being exuded. The more the 4 men attacked Zen, the more upset they became. Zen's body seemed unusually firm. Even the body refiner of the ogre race did not have such a strong body. What angered them more was that Zen was able to resist damage from their attacks. This was beyond their imagination. "Dang it, I've used up all my strength." One of the men stopped and gasped. He felt so weak that he couldn't even raise his arms. Under the weight of the pressure on this stretch of the road, the man's body gave out. He collapsed on the ground, shook his head, and said, "This terrible pressure and the running have made me very tired, not to mention beating that brat. Holy garbage." The pressure of 4,000 pounds was originally designed for cultivators at the marrow refining level. Under normal conditions, these men wouldn't have tired. However, their strength ran out faster as they were attacking Zen while bearing the great pressure. They soon felt weary. Just as they were about to give up, the scholar-like man suddenly called out with excitement, "He is bleeding." He saw the red liquid flowing out of Zen's body and assumed it was blood. He said with pleasure, "I doubted whether this kid's body could be injured. Now, look at him. We have wounded him. He's done. Let's carry on hitting him." Seeing that Zen was bleeding, the 4 men were overjoyed. They didn't want to fail the client. They motivated themselves to keep striking Zen as hard as possible. When Zen thought they were going to give up hitting him, he felt upset. He could feel his body growing stronger with each blow. It was disappointing that they were giving up. He did not want it to end so quickly. However, when they mistook the impurities flowing from Zen's body to be blood, they thought he was close to reaching his physical limit. So, they renewed their efforts. Zen was ecstatic inside, but he didn't show any emotions. On the contrary, he pretended to be close to complete exhaustion. While suffering their beatings, he staggered forward, being ready to enjoy the second round of body refining. Zen did not know that 30 miles away, the chief examiner, an elderly man with white eyebrows, was watching the scene. Beside the chief examiner stood a young woman dressed in green. Both of them stared at a waist-high jade slab, also known as the picture slab, in front of them. They could see everything that was happening on the whole path. At this time, the images on the picture slab were showing the scene of Zen being chased and beaten. The woman and the chief examiner could not look away. Their expressions conveyed the astonishment they felt. He is resisting the attacks of 4 cultivators at the marrow refining level, but he is only at the organ refining level. "It seems that we have an interesting candidate in the initial exam this month," said the young woman with a smile. The chief examiner felt embarrassed when he heard the young woman's statement. It seemed that the examinee had invoked her interest. He thought for a while and said, "Master Su, you can't think like that. If the masters of the other 32 peaks of Cloud sect pick their disciples like you do, it will lead to a big mess." Master Su grinned and turned to face the chief examiner. She said, "Well, if that is the case, then let the masters also pick their own disciples. I will not mind. But according to the rules, these disciples are supposed to be allotted to a peak by the ranking of their exam results. Last month, you picked quite a gifted disciple. The other masters have been discontent since. If this month you pick another, then..." The chief examiner elder stopped and shook his head. Master Su snorted with disapproval and said, "So what? They are unhappy. Well, they can always come and speak with me if they feel that way. What exactly are they accusing me of?" The fighting power of the Drizzle Peak was ranked the lowest among the 33 peaks of Cloud sect. If I don't use some tricks, how can I hope to change that? Let me think. Right, I have a very simple idea. I will go and tell this boy to save his strength so that he doesn't get the top rank in the entrance exam. Then the other masters won't be upset that I pick a strong disciple, right? Ah, the chief examiner had not expected Master Su to come up with such a surprising idea. The idea did not sit well with him. Cloud Sect provided the inner and the outer disciples with 33 peaks for cultivating. To stimulate all of the disciples to cultivate hard, Cloud Sect had made a set of very rigorous, scientific rules. The most important rule was about the competition among the 33 peaks. The competition affected not only the disciples but also their masters. Each master had their tasks and goals. To produce better disciples, they would naturally scramble for the gifted ones. If a person passed both the initial and the entrance exam and showed great talent and strength, every master would be eager to pick that person as their disciple. If Master Su broke the rule for the benefit of the Drizzle Peak, she would incur several complaints from the other masters. Chapter 20. Shock. Master Su had displeased the masters of the other peaks by disobeying the rules for the benefit of Drizzle Peak. However, considering Master Su's background, no one really dared to confront her. The chief examiner was only in charge of the initial exam. He would never have the courage to offend Master Su. What he could do was preach to her, given his seniority. If Master Su did not listen to him, he would not say anything else. As for the boy who was being beaten, the chief examiner thought that it was likely that he had practiced some unique refining skills or had some peculiar physique. These were the only explanations to justify how he could be beaten to this extent and not be injured. While the chief examiner was surprised to see such a talent, he wasn't entirely shocked. Cloud Sect recruited many gifted people from among the imperial geniuses. This boy was nothing in comparison to the evil geniuses of the empire. Yes, he had passed the initial exam. But the next test was not as simple. Who knew whether or not he would pass the next test? 30 miles away, the 4 men surrendered to exhaustion. They fell to the ground, gasping for breath. They were so tired that they were no longer able to continue. They had also registered for the initial exam. Killing that boy was only an incidental task. But now they were too tired to pass the initial exam, much less kill the boy. They were still about 5 or 6 miles away from the stone tablet that denoted their goal. But in their current state, the thought of standing and trying to run the last few miles was too much to bear. Zen swung his arms. He felt refreshed and energetic. The beating had refined his body. He could tell how far he had advanced from the impurities that had been washed away from his organs. He wondered if he could reach the peak of the organ refining level if he were punched a few more times by cultivators at the marrow refining level. It was a pity that this kind of opportunity didn't come more frequently. Zen was apparently thrilled with how much his body had been refined. Still looking for a fight, Zen walked up to and squatted next to the scholar-like man who had been glaring at him maliciously. Then Zen asked, "I just heard you talk about Billy. Were you referring to Billy Wong?" The scholar-like man sneered and said coldly, "Since you know that, why don't you just kneel and wait for death? Billy is from a noble family, and you have provoked him. Do you think he will let you live? Even if you enter Cloud Sect and become a disciple, you can't escape death." Zen nodded, smiled, and said, "Help me pass a message to Mr. Wong. I have no grievance with him, so he should not get involved in the business between Perrin Luo and me." "Haha, are you kidding? Who do you think you are? Why should Mr. Wong listen to you? And what makes you think you are in a position to negotiate with him? Killing you will be a piece of cake for him," continued the scholar-like man with a sneer. Pung. Halfway through his speech, the scholar-like man felt a sharp pain. Zen had struck him on the jaw. The force of the attack sent the man flying backward. Then he flipped around and fell to the ground. The impact broke the scholar-like man's teeth and his mouth filled with blood. The man, now unable to make a sound, nursed his injured jaw. Zen rubbed his fists and said coldly, "Asking you to pass Mr. Wong a message might not be such a good idea. You keep talking and complaining. Do you really think that I don't have a temper? You hit me for so long and didn't manage to injure me. I gave you one punch. Now, look at you. Did you think I was too weak or afraid to fight back?" Zen was telling the truth. The 4 men had chased Zen for a long time, and they had been encouraged to run after him by his lack of attack back. Zen had fled all this way without a single counterattack. So they naively believed that Zen would not pose a threat to them. But Zen flattened the scholar-like man with one brutal wallop. His attack had been swift and merciless. The other 3 men instantly realized that this guy was as fierce as a lion. Fear enveloped the other 3 men. They despaired at their situation as they watched Zen Luo. The pressure on the path, the long run, and the beating they meted out to Zen had exhausted them so much that they could barely stand. Even if they wanted to run away, they couldn't. What terrified them more was that they didn't have the power to fight back. Zen looked at the strong man and asked, "Did you hear what I just said? Or would you like me to repeat the message?" "No, no," said the strong man. A weak smile grew on his face as he attempted to disguise his trepidation. "I heard you clearly. I will convey your message to Mr. Wang." The strong man was smarter than the scholar-like man. He knew that if he didn't obey Zen, he would end up as hurt as his companion. He would not ask for trouble. Zen nodded contentedly. He stood and continued his journey without another look at the four men. Zen was the only person on the road now. Although he had succeeded in passing the initial exam, he wanted to see if he could move on. When he tried to run for a while, Zen found that he could advance more miles. He knew that if he continued, he would reach the end of the test for participants at the marrow refining level. He wanted to push his limits. Under the pressure of 4,000 pounds, his speed was already extremely slow. Zen managed to cover the distance by jogging slowly. It took him half an hour to complete the distance to the stone tablet. If a cultivator at the marrow refining level reached this stone tablet, it would show that he had passed the initial exam. But the end of the road was not in sight yet. Zen didn't know how much the pressure would increase by if he crossed this stone tablet. After mulling over the situation, Zen decided to try. He stepped over without any hesitation. Just after, Zen felt a terrible pressure enclose him. Bump! Zen was pinned to the ground as though someone had placed a mountain on him. "The pressure is too much," Zen moaned. His face, stomach, and limbs were firmly attached to the ground as if they were stuck in viscose. He could not budge an inch. He tried to lift his head, but Zen's head felt as heavy as tens of thousands of pounds. No matter how hard he tried, Zen could not raise his head again. Disappointment filled Zen. The first 10-mile road was under a pressure of 1,000 pounds. The second 10-mile road was under a weight of 2,000 pounds. The final distance Zen had managed, the third 10-mile road stretch was under a pressure of 4,000 pounds. If the same math was being followed, this section of the 10-mile road should be under a pressure of 8,000 pounds. But now Zen felt the force of tens of thousands of pounds. The pressure seemed to have increased tenfold. "I'm confident that I can overcome this pressure." Zen tried to motivate himself to continue struggling under the immense pressure. The pressure gave him a lot of energy. He communicated with the two dragon scales in his body before putting their power into his body. With a roar, Zen mustered all his strength. "Get up!" He felt the strength gathering in his body. His muscles bunched and swelled to their limit, giving off a bronzed glow. With a brutal force, Zen held up his body with his hands. But he remained close to the ground. Zen realized that he had been unable to get up completely. Once more, Zen took a deep breath and roared. He gathered all the strength in his body and infused it in his legs. With hands placed on his thighs for support, Zen managed to stand up slowly, although in a rather awkward posture. He got up very slowly, almost inch by inch. It took him an hour to go from squatting to standing upright. By this time, he was sweating profusely, and his chest heaved violently with the effort to breathe. The process seemed to have depleted the strength from his whole body. But he had made it. Now that Zen had completed the task of standing, he tried to take a step forward. However, the immense pressure made it impossible for Zen to take a step. As predicted, the moment Zen tried taking a step, he lost his balance and fell on the ground, head first. But it was at this moment that the warm currents began flowing through his body. "What is going on?" Zen mumbled. There was a constant flow of warmth emerging from his arms, torso, and legs. The warm currents surging through his body seemed to be stronger than before. A look of bemusement spread across his face. He was not being beaten now. How could there be warm currents? "I get it," Zen said when he figured it out. Ecstasy replaced the bewilderment Zen had felt a moment ago. His body was capable of producing warm currents because the power of the outside world was pouring into his body. His body had transformed that power into warm currents, which in turn was refining his body. It was true that no one was beating him now, but the external pressure had reached a horrific level. And the pressure was no less powerful than the beatings. So this was why his body was producing the warm currents. Since the pressure was constantly flowing, it was evenly affecting his whole body. Therefore, warm currents were spreading and circulating all across his body. This kind of high-pressure environment was the perfect training place for Zen. He was so happy that he stood where he was, closed his eyes, and let the warm currents remove the impurities from his viscera. While Zen was on the road, enjoying the feeling of being refined, the chief examiner and Master Su were shaken by what they had witnessed. The first 30-mile road had been designed to test participants at the bone refining level, the organ refining level, and the marrow refining level. In general, candidates would be promoted to the next test when their jade pendants turned red. But the area after the first 30 miles was a training place for participants at the nature level. The pressure on this stretch of the road reached the horrendous force of 50,000 pounds. That meant a person had to bear 50,000 pounds of pressure on their body. In the face of such terrible pressure, all participants at the marrow refining level, and even those who had just stepped into the nature level, were deterred. The pressure could only be borne by participants who had stepped into the nature level completely. General cultivators at the bone refining level and the organ refining level would be crushed immediately upon entering the area. Though the boy's body was strong enough to bear the attacks of the 4 men at the marrow refining level, he should have died under the pressure of 50,000 pounds. Aware of the seriousness of the problem, the chief examiner and Master Su jumped into their flying chariots and rushed over to the site. With the speed of the flying chariots, they arrived in an instant despite the distance being 30 miles. When they jumped off their flying chariots, they found that Zen was not only alive, but he had managed to get up from the ground. Seeing this, the chief examiner murmured, "I have presided over so many years of the initial exam, but I have never seen this as the first time." Master Su put her hands over her mouth in surprise. She was startled, too. The boy was only at the organ refining level. How could he resist the pressure of 50,000 pounds and stand up?